Méně. Raz, dva. Méně, ne. A mám tam metrixy zaplý nahoru, nebo ne? To jsou ty růžový. Ty jsou na 0, nebo ne? Vpravo. Nejsou. Tak ten main třeba dej na 0 a uvidíš, co to začne dělat. Tak, hele, a už se slyšíme, výborně. Tak a teďka, když dáš kraje, nebo boky, něco takového tam bude, a když dáš to na 0, tak ti začnou hrát i úplně tamhle v těch vedlejších sálech. Tak, a teďka, když dáš jako na nějakých 80% front filly, fill, tak, a už to hraje všude. No vidíš, jak jsi šikovnej? Tak. Tam padí. Tak. Můžu si vypnout počítač? Děkuju. Tak, stáhni mi prosím tě zvuk. Děkuju.
Já sama šťastná budu, znám jen jeden vztahů typ, je jím stereotyp, ve kterým zdravý ryb a hníje genotyp. Není to prototyp, je to kolektivní hit, do nevědomí vryt, prokletej archet.
go. Hello. Good morning, flock. I could make a lot of jokes about it being the first part on Monday morning and why people might be feeling sleepy, but I'm going to go with the most obvious reason, that it's the sugar rush from last night. So technically, this is day one. We had day 0 of flock yesterday, but we are officially kicking off the main part of the conference. We're also joining us live, camera somewhere. We're going live here. We are now on YouTube and streaming live for folks who couldn't join in person. So as a reminder for our speakers today and tomorrow, all sessions in all the rooms, we're on the main track and the breakout rooms, will be recorded and streamed live to our Fedora YouTube channel. So I'm going to keep these opening remarks pretty brief so we can get to the main part of the agenda today, more of the sentimental stuff in the closing remarks. But this is a good reminder to say, if you are not using Matrix or Element or your Matrix client of choice, this is a key conference communication tool for the whole conference. We have the main flock to Fedora room, as well as the flock announcements room, where we're putting any urgent good things to know as you're here in Prague. And you can also actually join each of right now we're in the main plenary room, but there's actually individual, if you haven't noticed already, individual rooms for the different tracks that we'll have today. So that's also a way that some of our virtual folks will be participating. So if you are using Matrix, you can join in and keep an eye on things there. I do want to thank our sponsors for this year. At the gold level, we are having AWS, Meta, and Red Hat. On Silver, Alma Linux, ARM, CentOS, Azure, OpenSUSE, and Rocky Linux. And for our bronze sponsors, Fleet, Framework, and Zabbix. And Flock is a huge undertaking, and both on the organization work and all the logistics that make the fun social experiences, the lunches that we have, the being able to live stream for folks who can't join in person, and a huge part of that is thanks to the investment and support of our sponsors in making this event possible. So I'd like to give a special shout out and thanks for all of our sponsors for this year. Next matter of business, as a reminder, Fedora has a code of conduct. You can find it, I believe there's also a link at the registration desk, but you can look at it from the QR code or the link here. There is something special, though. I know you may have been wondering about this fancy look that I'm donning this morning, and you might have noticed there's a few other people who will be wearing. So if you see the people who are wearing these little garlands, these Czech flag colored garlands, if you are one of those folks, could you raise your hand in the room as well? So these are folks who you can reach out to, and some of them aren't in this room, they're elsewhere, but if you see anyone wearing the rainbow colored garland, these are folks that are members of our Code of Conduct Committee, and you can reach out to them for any safety concerns should they come up. So I think by now most of you have probably figured that out from the QR codes and the links in the hall. But we have something kind of exciting this year, but also might mean that if you have a talk or session you really want to see today, we're actually at full capacity for the venue. So we might have to do that whole like FOSDEM thing that nobody likes, where like, oh, the room is full. And so if there's a talk you really want to catch, encourage you to make sure that you're there early to join in for that session, since we are at a full house this time. We don't have an official event photographer. I'm aware some folks have raised their hand to help out with this, but you can also be one of our official event photographers. If you're someone with a Google account, there is this link to a Google photo albums that you can upload photos. If you're not on Google or you want to share them in the Matrix room or in some other form after the conference, we'll also have a way to collect some of those photos as well. But in the meantime, you can also start throwing some stuff up in there. So some of you might have also seen at the registration desk, or maybe you didn't if you were right here on the dot at 8:30 on Sunday, but you may have noticed we have this sticker matching activity, which is, in addition to being an opportunity to appreciate the awesome design work of our designer community in Fedora, we also are trying this idea. You can, if you didn't get one of the 4 mascot stickers at registration desk, you can go by and ask them for one. The idea is, you'll receive you can get one of the mascot stickers, and your mission is to find others that have the same mascot. And this is a way that you can start a conversation with someone who you might not have normally bumped into otherwise. Some other things to mention, behind, you might have noticed on the lightning talk wall, there's on the other side, there's a activity one of our community ops team members put together, and on this foundation, the 4 foundations wall. So we have some prompts and questions to think about the 4 values: freedom, friends, features first of Fedora. If you want to go up and write answer one of the prompts, or just add what our values mean to you as a member of the community, you can find that on the other side of the lightning talk board. Speaking of lightning talks, on the other side of the whiteboard, as many of you have, as of this morning, it was, I don't know if we still had any more room, actually. There were so many proposals. But there is a way to sign up for lightning talks and also to vote on them. So if you haven't had a chance to go peek at the whiteboard and see what people have put out there, you can give a little tally vote for the ones that you want to hear most, and those will be the ones that also get to go first. So if you're one of the proposers and you have the most votes, that means be ready. Other things on the Lunch and Learn. So this took place yesterday and will be happening additionally throughout the conference. But these are optional, informal gatherings during lunchtime where you can step out of your usual circles, meet some new people, and share experiences over a meal. I believe there's some question prompts and some icebreaker sort of things to help you get the conversation going. But if you want to participate in that, is Yona in the room? Look for Yona during the lunchtime, and she can help guide you and help you find the right seat at the table. So I think that's all of the main things. Oh, as you may or may not have also noticed, obviously this is yesterday, but if you weren't there, you may notice when you walk out of here, there's a bunch of candy and sweets from all over the world. So if you weren't able to come to that really awesome tradition we have last night, you'll notice there's some remnants and leftovers out in the hall that you're welcome to enjoy or take back home. The official party tonight is going to be, it's right actually down the street at this Manifesto food market. We have an area reserved off for us tonight. Officially starting at 6, we'll probably have some folks gather together from here and walk over, or you can meet us over there. Make sure you bring your conference badge. That is your ticket and helpful way that will keep you part of our group. Keep an eye on Matrix, particularly the Flock announcements room for anything else that might come up during the day and tomorrow. But with that, I think we're ready to go ahead and start the first day 1 content. So I'll invite the Fedora project leader, Jess Spalletta, up here to, once we get the AV all transitioned over, to give the State of Fedora remarks. That's all from me.
Hold, please. I'm going to do a setting thing. Hold, please. Where does it go? There it is. I can't do it that way. I wanted the slideshow. I think that's it. Oh, he's so much taller than me. Hey, everybody. It's still weird for me to be called the Fedora project leader, and it's been a year. I don't know if it's weird for everybody else yet, but it's definitely still weird for me. Hey, I'm Jeff. I am the not quite as new as I was yesterday Fedora project leader. I can't say new anymore. This is my second flock. So let's get into it. Let's talk about the state of the Fedora project. So first, Fedora by the numbers. I'm going to show you some good things I'm going to show you some bad things. I'm going to show you a weird thing. Let's start with some good stuff. So this is made possible by a really great tool that Matthew put together, and it's actually super close to being something we can deploy, so everyone can look at this data and examine it. I was able to run it locally with one small configuration change last week. Hopefully, I think I still owe Matthew a PR on this. Hopefully he's fixed it without me, but it's really great. And I love playing with these dashboards. There's a set of Grafana dashboards that look into our count me data. For those who are not familiar with, when Fedora systems or systems that talk to our servers looking for updates communicate, there's a count me system. We can keep track of these systems in a way that lets us see what they are. So overall, this is what it looks like in the screenshots from the dashboards from the tool that show the overall state of Fedora, right? Everything that we counted in the Fedora project as an output that can talk and ask for updates is represented here. We've basically seen almost 1 million systems in the last week, according to this morning, and a year-to-year change of over 9%. So that's actually pretty good, but it actually gets better. This is for everything. I love this graph. This shows you sort of the long tail of releases that are reporting in, right, all the way back to like Fedora 32. It's pretty cool. On this graph, but there's data for forever, right? It's really interesting. I should point out some of this data. This is actually just the count me data. This isn't the old data of when we were doing unique IPs only. This is the count me system, so it goes back to 2021. I deliberately did that because the unique IPs have specific issues because it's hard to know if they're the same system or not, right? The count me should address some of that ambiguity. I love it. It's great. It's much better than Smalt. For those old in the room, I just identified all the old people. This is also one of the great things about count me. Because it has an age concept, that dark blue strip are all the things that are a week old. The light blue strip are all the things that are less than a week old. So those are sort of the things that pop, or the popcorn, right? Those are not stable systems. Those go on and off. They may be asked for an update once and then during their lifetime, right? The bottom part is the systems that have been updated for forever across multiple releases. They have what? I think it's like over 24 weeks of count me history. That's also super interesting. I love this graph. It sort of says that, hey, updates work, everybody. That's great. And this is interesting. This is by variant, like what the counts look like. And don't get hung up in the actual numbers. The trends really are what matter to me. There will always be issues with the raw counts. Because you can't ever know if you're undercounting or overcounting, but the trends are really important, I think. And I want to highlight a couple of things in here. The top line is workstation. The dark blue line is cloud. The yellow line is KDE Plasma, and I'm going to point that out. There's a dark green line that's hard to see that's close to the KDE line that's actually CoreOS. So I'm going to drill into those. And once you get the dashboards, everybody, you can drill into this too. There's so much data. So let's talk about KDE Plasma. The superstar on the year-to-year growth, 120% year-to-year growth for KDE Plasma. That's fantastic. A good job, KDE contributors. I mean, I can speculate that this is because it was promoted to edition and it was because it was above the fold, it's seeing more notoriety and seeing more use. That's a speculation. I don't know have a way to ground truth that yet, but to talk about that, KDE Plasma is at 158K, right, and it's still growing. Workstation's at 297K, and it's still seeing 18% growth. So they're both outpacing the overall growth of everything. That's also fantastic. In fact, I can make myself, there's a knee in the last couple of releases, so it's picked up too. So they're not competing with each other, they're growing the pool of users. So that's also great to see. Now we get into image mode. So this graph is all the image mode varieties that we currently track, but CoreOS outpaces all of it. It's huge. And it's still growing, not growing like KDE. KDE has a exponential curve right now, but that's a linear growth that's picking up. So it's steady year to year, release to release. It's growing in use case. And CoreOS is by far the biggest part of that. That's the good stuff. The weird graph is cloud. I don't understand this graph at all. I expect all the light blue, I expect a lot of stuff to just pop on and off and not be a week old anymore. But what's happening in the last couple of releases, I don't understand that graph. Like, stuff has shown up like instantaneously as being 24 or more than 5 weeks old. It's like, did someone dust off a gold image and like turn it back on from a snapshot? I don't know. But this sort of accounts for why, like everything else I've showed you has been outpacing, that green percentage number has been outpacing the 9% for everything. This is the one thing that's sort of a negative number that I've been looked at so far. I don't know. But I want to go back now and take cloud out and run the rest of the project and see what the growth really looks like without this. I think this is just something, because cloud is a usage pattern that's just different, it's harder to track. But like I said good, bad, and ugly. This is the ugly thing. And then outside of Fedora proper, right, we have things that show up in the count me system because they are partially derived from Fedora and they're still pinging our server. And things like Aurora and Bluefin and Bazite, right? These things exist. They're part of the larger ecosystem. And because we have data about that, I want to show you that because they are our friends. And when they do well, we do well. I would actually like to find a way to bring them closer to us, right? It's something we should work on. But in this case, Bazite by far outweighs everybody else's use case, and that is super interesting. And I don't know how we work with them better, but it is great for the ecosystem because it's part of our larger ecosystem, and we should celebrate that as well. So those are the numbers in terms of usage. I want to thank everyone who contributed asterisk to that success, and I put an asterisk on that because we have a hard time defining what contributed means. We spent a lot of time in the council face-to-face actually trying to discuss exactly that. What does contribution in this project mean? That being said, I want to actually try to take a look at what contribution looks like right now. And this is where we get into the not-so-great part. I want to thank Michael Winters and his effort in the Fedora Data Working Group to provide this new set of tools. We have a whole bunch of data that flows through the Fedora message bus that gets captured that we've had a hard time making use of, that really speaks to project health and what's going on in terms of contribution. And his effort has really given us a tool to make it possible to delve on that. And the graph I'm going to show you is literally, I asked him a question at the workshop yesterday, and he was able to answer that question last night. And I don't think we've been able to answer that question. Matthew hasn't even seen this yet. So this is what it looks like over, I think, 2020, 2023, 2026, a look at what active packagers are doing in our data collection, what we were able to capture in terms of activity from, and this is not all contribution, but this is an important part, what packagers are doing, right? And this isn't the number of commits, this is the number of fast accounts associated with commits. And there's an obvious decline there in terms of the number of people who are participating in this project in that way, right? In 2020, you could squint and say that's pretty flat. In 2023, it's not flat anymore, right? There's a decline over the year. And in 2026, while it's only 4 months, that's a pretty straight line. So that is concerning. I think I have a curling analogy here. Sorry, Aoife. I said I wasn't going to do a curling analogy. But back when I was in Alaska, and I was in Fairbanks, and I was part of the curling club there, which is a volunteer community. It's all volunteer run. Because of the way the town was, we'd had to make up 10 to 20% of our membership every year to be a sustainable club. And we put in a lot of effort in terms of doing learn to curls, to get those, what was this amounted to 20 or 30 new members every year to make up for the loss of the 20 or 30 members who left town every year. And it took us, I mean, Learner Curls, we would run 200 or 500 people through a no commitment sort of learn how to curl thing just to get them to show up again and play in a league. And then we'd make effort to get those people who showed up for the first year as a commitment mentored so that they would show up a second year and feel like they were stuck in and part of the community. And then once we got them the second year, they were in until for work took them out of town, right? So, but that was a lot of effort. The new club I'm in on the East Coast now, they don't have to do any of that. They actually have a wait list for people. They make very little effort to do recruitment. And so the story basically is like, it can depend on the environment, not necessarily you're doing something different, but the environment's changed. The new club I'm in, this is their first year in like maybe a decade where they haven't filled up the ice and they're now wondering what they have to change so that they can actually do recruitment, and they don't know how to do it because it's been a decade since they've had to do any recruitment because they've just been relying on the groundswell interest for the sport, and for whatever reason, things have changed. I could talk off camera about what has changed in the DC region in the last couple of years that might have done that, but not on camera. So that's the analogy. So what is the sustainable path for this community now? I don't know. I mean, it could be that we needed to really double down on outreach, find a way to do some programmatic work, or the new normal for us may be that we have to do more with less. We may need to find a way to automate more work, work that was interesting to people of my generation, right, in terms of skill development, but maybe that's not a skill development thing anymore that's attractive. Maybe it's the kind of thing now where learning how to automate work is the attractive part that would attract the 22-year-old that I was when I joined this project. It's something we have to think about, and I don't know what the way forward is, but I am concerned by that graph, and I need to ask more questions of the data so we can get a better sense of what we need to do if we can sort out more. So I'm not just throwing darts at the problem. I do not want to throw darts at the problem. I want to solve the problem. So what I think it is, it's a generational switchover, what we're seeing right now. I think, like I said, I want to dig into the data a little more, but I think we're just losing some people by attrition, and we don't have the process in place to speak to interest, sort of that next generation. So we have to figure out what that looks like and change our processes. So that's what I think the core problem is. How do we address it? Good question. I have thoughts. And the new curling club, for example, I don't have to solve this problem for my new curling club. I'm not on the board. I just can be a member. But unfortunately for all of you, I have to have thoughts on this. I have to have opinions. I'm going to share them with you and see if we can figure out together how to solve the problem. Unfortunately, I'm the FPL, so I can't not have an opinion on this. First thing, I think we need to modernize the contributor experience. I think we've already started to do that with some of the tools. Like the Forge is a big leap forward. I think it actually brings us access to some workflows that are more standard in the ecosystem. We can have opinions about whether or not we are like everything else in open source because we are an operating system. But I think we have to try to do things the way the rest of the open source world has learned to do them while we have been maturing. And this isn't a knock on us. We were way ahead of the curve. It's just that open source has won, and it won in a way that we didn't anticipate, and we need to see if we can get back in the line and standardize on some processes and workflows that people now expect for open source development. I also think we need to modernize how project governance works. A bright spot, I love the fact that FESCO has chosen to do their skip process for their term limits now. I think that's fantastic. It makes a hole in leadership so that new people can step up. And I think that's part of it. Again, curling analogy, my curling club did that for years, for decades. It worked really well. And so I'm happy to see it. FESCO do that without me actually having to nudge really hard to do that. That's fantastic. But we got to do that across all the governance stuff. I think we need to examine a lot of the council process, and we can talk about that in the next panel. I think there's still room for improvement there for some FESCO stuff and probably some mindshare stuff. But these are conversations, now that I have that graph, right? These are conversations we can talk about, and so we can make sure that we are doing governance in a way where we're encouraging new leadership, younger leadership, with new ideas and where the innovation is happening. I also think we need to modernize outreach. Like I said, if we're going to try to make up that gap, we have to do outreach in a more significant programmatic way. And the problem is we don't necessarily have the resources to do that right now. So we're going to have to figure out how to expand resources. One of the things council has talked about, it was in the face-to-face in February, and we reported on the dailies, you know, and there's a community group that's already looking into this, trying to find a way to have a way to take in community money for community interests, that so we can support and broaden the support beyond what Red Hat can do with the budget. Like Justin said, like Flock takes a lot of effort in itself. Sponsor money from other companies helps put this on. We need to go further, and so that we can actually get Fedora people, community members, out to way more things with a mission to build up the contributor base again. And we can't do that without some resources. So we have to figure out a way to modernize that and get access to more resources. And we want to run an experiment. The council actually wants to run an experiment with Open Collective. I don't know if anyone's familiar with Open Collective, but we want to run an experiment and do a small money appeal so that we can learn how that works, have a framework where we can then do more and grow that in a way that I think we need to rebuild an outreach program globally. And the global situation has gotten more complicated in the last 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. So we have to do some work to modernize how we do that. So the other thing I want to say, how much more time do I have, by the way?
All the time you need, man.
12 minutes? Oh, I can slow down. So I also think that we need to let ourselves experiment more. I think we front load a lot of discussion. I'm not going to say bike shed, but it's bike shedding. We front load a lot of discussion, and we try to get things very perfect before we have something to play with and build a community around, a sustaining community around. I want to fix that. I want to build a space where it's okay to do something experimental that we're not sure is going to work. We're not making commitments to users. We're making commitments to just build community interested in this innovating. And if it doesn't work out, we can celebrate the attempt and let it live on somewhere else if it can't be integrated into the project fully. And along those lines, y'all may have seen that I've been shopping a proposal that I call the Fedora Innovation Lifecycle, which is inspired by what CNCF does, but it's not what CNCF does. I have a second draft right now in Fedora discussion. It's been there for like a month. My goal is after Flock is over, and that I'm going to start the formal process to go through council's formal process. We'll do the formal discussion period, and we're going to work towards implementing it. The key idea there is that we're going to add like a sandbox portion of things where interesting, innovative things can show up in the project. They can be worked on, and then we can figure out how they get integrated via technical implementation changes and things like that, or so that we're not trying to front load all of that for things that are too big for the change process. For those who are familiar, we have a change process that FESCO arbitrates. I guess arbitrate's the right word. That is really good for small incremental changes, but it gets very complicated for large, big ideas, right? Even stuff like what Michael's doing with the data working group is probably too big to fold in as a change proposal. It needs to live and breathe as a proof of concept somewhere before we figure out how to fully integrate it. And that's what he's doing right now. I just don't have a good process to basically place that in while he's doing that work. So he's sort of doing it on his own. And that the intention is to integrate that, but it doesn't fit until it needs to iterate, and then we know what the right thing is and we can put it in. And that's just something I talked about this week. So I want to make sure that we're baking in experimentation into the culture in a way that we de-risk it. We're not overcommitting too early, and we have a clear exit path and clear expectations. Like, the part of this is like anything that runs through this process in the sandbox, half the things in the sandbox should fail. We should not put in the sandbox with the anticipation that it's going to succeed. Half the things should not make it. That's a signal that we're using it the right way, right? But part of that is being very explicit about how getting out of the sandbox works. You need to have, in my proposal, I put like 3 pillars. Like, you have to show technical maturity to get out of the sandbox, or you have to show that it has market fit, or it solves a problem, right? That there really is a need for this thing. And then the third is like, it needs to have sustaining community, like community engagement. And it doesn't have to solve all 3 of those things, but it has to make significant progress on at least 2 of those. And then the next stage, you work on the 3rd thing and you get it integrated. I think it's a great way for some vendor initiatives. I can now say vendor because we have multiple vendors who depend on this project now. Like, I'm sure you all saw that Azure is now based on Fedora, right? Amazon Linux is based on Fedora. Red Hat's products are based on Fedora. And all 3 of those vendors could use this process to experiment and innovate technology and make progress on it with the intent of getting it integrated, but nothing's guaranteed, right? The idea is to show that this is worthwhile inside the project, not have to do it outside the project. And that's, and Michael's thing's not even a vendor thing, but it would fit. Michael Winter's thing also would fit super well, and it's not a vendor product, it's a community aspect or community idea. So I think it works, and I would like everyone to take a look at the discussion or the proposal and provide feedback. It's the 2nd draft. I'm gonna make it a formal proposal, and we'll move forward. I'm anticipating that we'll get a chance to try it. So speaking of experiments, I want to also talk about Fedora Hummingbird. This is something that came up for council, and because of the nature of it, we unfortunately couldn't make the discussion public because we were in a infrastructure gap. We don't have private tickets right now that we could open up. But this is a really interesting approach, a new innovative idea on how to build an operating system from the sources that are Fedora, right? And it relies much more on automation, and it's trying to do what I think is one of the hardest things and one of the most interesting things. And it's very much an experiment. And if we had the sandbox or the lifecycle process already, it's an obvious fit. And so together, I think my intention is once we get the lifecycle process, my intention and my understanding is, and the intention of the technical leads for Hummingbird, they want to be in the lifecycle process. They want to be in a sandbox. They want to prove that this is worthwhile. They want to show market fit. They want to show it's technical mature, right? And then work towards full integration with the project. So and we're sort of stuck in a chicken and egg problem, right? Where we don't have a process for this big idea, right? But when I proposed the process, we didn't have a big idea to run through the process. And I think we're gonna sort that out now over the next 6 months. And as we run Hummingbird through this, we're going to iterate on the process itself and make the process better for the next thing, so that we feel more confident that it's the right process for the big ideas, without risking the rest of the project with a crazy idea. I want crazy ideas to live and breathe, but de-risk them in a way that we can continue to produce the mature output that everyone's relying on, because that's a success. So I just want a summary. What am I got? 5 minutes? I burned 5? Yeah, so a summary. The Fedora usage metrics look great. Everyone should feel proud about those metrics. Everything looks great. Those of us in leadership have some work to do around project health and sustainability. We have to dig into the data that we have access to about project health, and we need to start figuring out a way to make some changes that are with data driven, and figure out which of those changes are positive impacting, so that we can get to a better place in 3 or 4 years. I would like to be able to say in 3-4 years and run that graph that we're through a lull and we're back up on the contributors. There's a lot of things here that are going on. I would like this to seed some questions for the leadership panels that are coming up. Council's up next, then FESCO after that, and I believe Mindshare is tomorrow. Yeah, I think that's it. We got some problems, but we've got some good work that we're outputs, and we just need to address the internal contributor stuff, and I think we can get there. I'm not, like I said, I think this is just I think this is a generational switchover stuff, and we just have to figure out a way to encourage the next generation to participate. So thanks for your attention, everybody. I mean, I have time for questions, or we could just save them for the council panel, because it's not just my opinion that matters. It's everyone in leadership's opinion that matters on this. This is a leadership lift. So all I can do is get out in front, but I do want council to answer the questions with me. So, or you just want to let's just roll the council panel, and we can take questions on council, unless you have a question for me. Well, we'll take questions.
The decline in packager contributions, weekly or daily, how does it split between Red Hatters and non-Red Hatters?
Good question. So there are a whole bunch of questions that I still need to ask. Like I said, the data stuff, that was a graph that Michael ran up for me yesterday because I happened to go to his workshop on the data stuff. We haven't been able to answer these sort of questions until very recently. Even though we've had the data, we haven't had the tools to look at it. So he's invited me to drop in all my questions that need to be answered in a repository, and I'm going to drop in like 80 questions this week and start answering that. So that is absolutely one of the, like, I want to piece that apart. I want to understand where that is. So I know where the outreach efforts need to go.
Hello. I would like to ask whether in the declining graph of the packaging contributors, whether FlatHub is also included.
Flat pack?
Yes.
No, my understanding is the I don't know. But they should show up as commits because it's just overall commits into the system. And so if it shows up as a commit into our source Git, or dist-git, it should show up there, but I'll take that back to Michael and make sure. But
Yeah.
right now, I don't know if it's granularized. It's just, I think it's just everything that.
Because maybe a good thing to ask would be also whether there are packages that are no longer provided as RPMs, but they are provided as flat packs now.
Well, that definitely doesn't cover FlatHub, but it would cover our Fedora flat packs commits.
Everything that's a Fedora Flatpak is also Fedora.
Right, exactly. Right, so, because everything that's a Fedora Flatpak is a Fedora RPM, so I understand the sense of the question, but FlatHub itself, we can't see in our data. He's had his hand up for last question.
Our last question.
Last question.
Yeah, I mean, I wanted to say that the stability of the Fedora is getting better over the years, so maybe there is no need to have that many people involved. But, well, the generational switchover, I don't see anybody here close to the retirement, so I mean, I just want to protect the base of the great people that we have, and if you also count with the, like, let's keep them. How do we? I mean, why are we losing the people, actually?
Why is hard from data, right? That's interpretation, right? We have to figure out. We have to go back and look at who was contributing, and then ask them questions. But that gets into, we're just asking the baseline questions first, and then we can delve in that. But why from data is very difficult. We'd have to reach out to people who have stopped and ask them. But it's,
I guess my point was like, let's be friends, the old and new people.
oh, no.
I mean,
Yeah, obviously.
I mean, the bet on the young people might be risky.
Well, you know, when I started, I was a young person. So let's talk about risk. We have to trust people. We have to trust that they want to participate, and we have to mentor them. We've gotten better over 25 years. The people who were at the start, like me, we were not good. But we built a thing. And part of it is, from my mind, part of it is like the goalposts have creeped, right? Like what we consider high quality now is not what we considered high quality 20 years ago, right? But because it's a volunteer organization, we have to have a space for people who are at the start, who are doing skill development, right? We had to figure that out. Part of it could be that we can have people use the sandbox process and do crazy things that are not good, but that gets them in the door, and it gives us an opportunity for them to feel like they're part of the project, and then they skill up, and then they gain maintainership rights because we've seen them learn, we've seen them like fail and get better, and we know that they are trustworthy. Not that they're doing the right thing, but they're trustworthy. Adam, that was the last question. God!
We can maybe go ahead and transition. We're
Yeah.
actually on time for the council panel, so we can
Save it.
invite
I
all
want
of our-
this to seed questions for council because my opinion by itself is not as important as leadership's opinion generally.
So we'll go ahead and jump straight in. We'll do a quick transition. Coffee break will be after the council session. Do we have all of the folks, council members, if you can make your way up to the stage here, and we'll get the AV set up here.
It's fine. I'll let Justin sit. I just talked for 30 minutes. I don't need to talk. No, take that. Wait, did we not have enough? No, you take this one. Take that one. It's fine. I can stand here.
If you give me a handheld, I can stand out.
You can just
Here.
lie down.
We do have a handheld, right?
Yeah, but I think we have 3 handhelds. We were gonna have one being as the runner, but I can be the runner and the moderator. It's fine.
It's fine. We'll figure it out.
Check. Does that work?
It was the engineering rep.
We are on.
Because
it is nice to see so many people in the audience. I
I asked this question before. Is this the largest flock attendance on record? I don't know. Matthew might know. Since COVID times? That's great. I love the fact that see everyone across 4 tiny rooms together.
Hey, you want to start? No. No? Where's all of our mics? What do we have? We have 2 here, and Jeff's going to sit in front like he's... Anka's got that. So you'll do our mic running for audience Q&A. We've got...
moderating chat as well.
You're moderating chat.
2 jobs all the time.
Excellent. Okay.
When you have a volunteer coverage, you patch in production.
Clement's got a
fly.
question already. Right. Okay, hang on. We're going to do some intros, and then we'll get to that, I think. Yes? So, all right. Hi, everybody. I'm Sean. I am not on the council, so I'm going to be just moderating here, helping to make everything run smoothly. I think we'll start with some quick introductions, just so you know who everybody is. And I think Justin had a couple opening words on... No, you didn't.
Well, we're going to introduce what you probably figured from the previous session, the Fedora Council is one of the top-level leadership bodies in the Fedora community, working together with folks like the Fedora Engineering Steering Committee and the Mindshare Committee to be the governance shape of the Fedora community. So on the council, there are 3 permanent seats, the Fedora Project Leader, the Fedora Community Architect, and the Fedora Operations Architect, which is Aoife. We also have 2 elected seats, which would be Bookwar and Churchyard, or Miro and Alexandra. We also have our DEI team advisor, Yona. We have a Mindshare representative from the Mindshare Committee, which is Akashdeep. And I would like to say a thanks to Dave Cantrell for his many years of service as our engineering rep. Fabio at the end here is filling in for the interim until FESCO has a new appoints their next engineering rep. We also have community initiatives, which are the governing framework for ideas or the current governing framework for ideas that take 12 to 18 months, things that might be more than a change release or a release cycle, or work that maybe doesn't fit into things like the changes process. So we have our 2 co-leads for the Fedora Docs Community Initiative, Petr Bokac and Peter Boy, toward the end. We also have 2 other initiatives. We have the GitForge initiative with Ryan Lurch, who is all the way upside down and down under in Australia, so he couldn't make it out for this year. But he's one of the folks helping drive the Forgio GitForge migration work. And we also have the image mode Fedora Atomic initiative, which is Laura Santamaria, who also couldn't be here with us today. So there are a few folks here. You'll see there's a diversity of representation here from some folks that this is part of what we do in our appointed roles and responsibilities, spending time on the council. We have folks that are elected from the community that help bring a voice to issues and things that our community cares about. And we also have various folks from representing the other governing bodies of Fedora and the community initiatives, which are kind of the big ideas and people trying to drive community-wide systemic work that involves multiple moving pieces. How did I do on that, council? All right, so that's the gist of what the council is. Maybe now we can jump over to introductions for everyone.
Yeah, okay, well, we've all been introduced, but I'm gonna ask all of you, we'll pass the mic. If you can just introduce, now we all know your names, but just say it again, and maybe, what is it you do in Fedora other than serving on the council? Like, what brings you here to the table? And then just for fun, what was your favorite piece of candy last night? So, actually, why don't we start sitting in front of me, Jeff? We know what you do.
The most interesting piece of candy I had last night was the weird pillow thing with a sweet tart dust inside of it. I don't know what it was, but it was the most interesting thing I've eaten in decades. Hi, I'm Jeff again. I'm the Fedora project leader. I actually don't do anything but this job right now.
Good.
I Yeah, I mean, I was a contributor back in the day, an external contributor, but now I have the honor of herding all the cats and keeping this running. So I apologize now, but yeah, I think that's all I need. That's more than 10 words.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, my name is Justin. I'm the Fedora community architect on the council. I've been involved with the community for, I think, 11 years now, and I entered this role about 3.5 or so. So one of the main things I do most visibly is, together with awesome folks like Dorka and Sean and many others, which you'll hear about in the closing remarks, we help put together things like Flock, and that's one of the big things that I spend a lot of time on every year. Also working with folks like the Mindshare Committee around community events, regional meetups, virtual release parties, which is actually more community ops, but there's a handful. I wear many different hats in the community, but that's the gist.
Hi everyone, my name is Aoife Maloney. I'm back off maternity leave 4 weeks, so be gentle please. I'm the operations architect, but it's a fancy way of saying the release manager, so I help support the Fedora Linux releases as change wrangler and kind of a few other odd jobs around the house, it feels like sometimes. So that's me.
So hello everyone, I'm Jonna. I'm part of the council, as Justin mentioned, as a DI advisor, so I represent my team here. But apart that, I'm also part of the mentor projects. So as you have seen here at Flock, some of the mentor summit activities happening, but also with the team we work on being present and having interns for the outreach in GSOC. GSOC we didn't have this year, but hopefully next year, but we have the outreach is still happening, and also part of the Code of Conduct Committee.
Hi, I'm Alexandra. I worked in Fedora on some CI topics, but then switched roles a couple of times. I am now working with the Red Hat installer team. I'm a product owner of installer team, and so it's kind of relevant to Fedora, but what we're doing there. But like personally, my main contribution lately to Fedora was having opinions and also running Mindtest server. And so I'm like, well, shamelessly plugging. We have a Mindtest server for the Fedora community to play with. And if you're interested, you can join our Mind with Fedora Matrix channel and get access and build an open source Minecraft-like world together. So join in.
Hi, my name is Petr Bukoc, and I have spent the last 13 years almost exactly contributing to Fedora documentation. Please help me.
Hello folks, I'm Akash Deepthar. I joined Fedora project about 6-7 years ago as a volunteer. Before Red Hat told me that, whoa, do you want to get paid for that stuff that you get up to? Then I joined Fedora Infrastructure. Right now I represent the Mindshare committee in Fedora Council. Apart from that, I work on Fedora badges. So if you have any questions about that, do let me know. And of course, the Fedora Forge initiative. So yeah, that's about it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mira Hrončok. I joined the council last year to get the badge. During the day, I help maintain Python and Python ecosystem in Fedora and RHEL. During the night, I do the same and try to not to. I don't know. I'm a packager, a proven packager, packager sponsor. I used to be at FESCO, Fedora Packaging Committee. You know, at a certain point, there are not that many badges to get, so I try everything.
Okay, does it work? Yes. I'm Peter Boy. I'm doing a lot of work since some years for Fedora Server, and since about 4 years, I'm struggling to get some ideas, strategies, and work done to improve Fedora docs. And well, our current initiative is the highlight at the moment. I do it because I'm convinced that the bad condition of Fedora docs for years now is hitting Fedora as a whole very, very bad, and is one of the reasons we have a lot of issues in the public discussion and so on. Well, I'm quite desperate, although I'm still hopeful to get anything better now with Fedora docs.
So I'm Fabio Valentini. My username is Deckerthorpe. Most people probably know me better by that. Yeah, I'm the FESCO representative on the council for now. Since David stepped down, I got designated interim representative. We are probably going to start the process of nominating new representative in the coming days. Yeah, so I'm surprise guest basically on this panel. If Miro hadn't poked me earlier, I would have forgotten that I should go. So, yeah, other than being surprise guest here, I usually spend my stuff in Fedora doing Rust packaging and working on the tooling to make that easier for contributors. And I've been on FESCO for like 5 years now, so that's also something I do.
Great. So I think before we get to the audience questions, you all, I assume, watched Jeff's talk? That's good. So Jeff had ideas on what we can do for increasing our number of contributors, right? And the 4 things that I saw, modernizing the contributor experience, modernizing governance, modernizing our outreach, and experimenting more. So I won't pass it down. I just want to open it up. If any of you have thoughts, things you want to say to any of those topics, and then we can open up to audience. Miro.
Those you know me know I have opinions on everything. So when you ask that question, I have to answer. I saw that graph about the packagers yesterday, like at midnight when we went for late night beer, and I was like horrified. And then I remember that I've been a packager for 14 years. I see a lot of people come, join, and a lot of people leave. And I really see a lot of people leaving. And we should absolutely focus on sustaining the people we have rather than getting new people. I mean, getting new people is important. I'm not saying it is not. But if we lose all the people we have right now, and we are on that trajectory in packaging in 8 years, unless we are speeding up, which we probably will be, if we start losing more people, it will speed up. And I think on council level, on initiatives level, what's important, strategic for Fedora, is get the people to stay, and not AI, not sandboxing ideas, because people can work on stuff even without the process. We should focus on still being here in 8 years. Because if we don't, well, then we won't. I don't know if I should let people react or just switch the topic completely. I just dropped the ball and now let's talk about completely different stuff. What's the idea?
You want to respond to it, Alexander? Yes.
Okay.
Obviously, she always does that anyway, so you need to stop us at a certain point.
I can't see board hands raised from my vantage point, so I guess.
Yeah, we will start a fight right here.
Okay.
Right? The thing is, like, I agree partially what Mira said, but I also want to call for the community to like stop considering newcomers as a threat for old-timers or old-timers as a threat for newcomers, right? We cannot choose one or the other. There is no possibility to just like choose one and stay with that one, or choose the other and stay with that other. We have to figure out how to live together. We need both to succeed, and we should understand, like, as old-timers, I can call myself old-timer. I always feel like I'm fresh, but I'm starting in Fedora Core 6, right? So kind of old now. But like, I cannot just stick to my old ways and believe that these are the perfect things. Even if I like them, like, I need to understand that things has to change sometimes. And the goal is not to forget everything which we did, but the goal is to find the way which kind of compromises between those both areas. We don't want one part to win. We want both parts to find a way to work together, and like to preserve what's worth preserving, to not preserve what is boring and not interesting in our legacy, to find the ways to make people find their own stuff in Fedora project, and that's the only way how we can survive.
On the onboarding side of thing, I would say that it's important to meet people where they are. And I experienced it firsthand when we went to an event that we have not gone to since the last 10 years at this point, Force Asia. So no matter where you are, you don't really have to fly all the way across continents to make it to a certain event to make your dent. You could start from wherever you are, talk about Fedora over there, and see if folks would be interested to see what you have in store. And when it comes to mentoring, right, it's a gamble. It really is a gamble. You can't say for sure that the person you're mentoring, they would stay back, they would contribute in the long term, or they would just leave. Because 9 out of 10 times, they just do. They just leave, right? Can't help it, right? But you will have to gamble. You will have to play that part to see if they can stay. And the ones that stay, they stay for a long time. Heck, I've seen people who were outreach interns at one point and they ended up being in council, in some years down the road. I'm talking about Smera, who was helping out with the mentored projects. So, we have successes like that too. So it's a gamble worth having.
So on that topic of things from the keynote that really stood out with me, of course I have a lot of thoughts, but one that's definitely on my mind is kind of building on what Akashdeep had just shared, honestly, because in the Mindshare committee end of things, and not just in the Mindshare committee, it's kind of funny because it felt like 15, 20 years ago in Fedora, we were doing all these regional small events, and Robin Bergeron, one of the previous Fedora project leaders, had a really great blog post in 2012 about why that model wasn't working anymore and why we should think about things like Flock and maybe some of these bigger contributor events that we can be more organized and focused on. And in 2012, it made a lot of sense. But it's kind of weird to be looking back now, thinking about how the world has changed geographically and, not just yes, but in lots of geopolitically and lots of other ways. Just in the last 5 or 6 years, it almost feels like this regional model is something that could really make sense for the moment we're in right now. I think builds on that whole part of, reading out the cross-generational impact, and I have an insert I want to build on that. But I think it's a good, really interesting question. Does getting $200 for a meetup in Nairobi, Kenya, have equivalent impact to 5,000 euros to do FOSDEM? I'm not saying one or the other, but it's a really interesting discussion that maybe we should be thinking about more. And how can we support more things like that so we're not just leaning on the usual spaces, the usual circles? I think we do need to think about that aspect because we do need to keep the people that we have involved in the community and we need to keep those connections strong, but maybe we can think about new ways that we can support other communities and people that have typically not had access to those resources. I don't even know if we're gonna have time to get into it. Maybe someone will ask us on the Q&A about the third-party fundraising thing, but the example I wanted to build on that, because we're talking cross-generational regional events, was actually a thing where me and Alexandra and Renee, are you in the room? Are you in here right now? No. Raise your hand for me. No? Or was it, okay. So for Fedora 44, me, Alexandra, and Renee Kuhn, who's also someone who's hanging around here at Flock this edition, we teamed up to do a Fedora release party at a university in Potsdam. And the thing I specifically love about that is, one, it was super low cost, and we had all these students and folks come together. But I also loved this particular part of, we had Renee, who was a newcomer in the community and speaking to the other students there. And we had someone like Alexandra who was there and spoke to all this, I just saw a lot of the students there were just they were asking so many questions, and I loved that. And I feel like that's building on that cross-generational impact piece. I love that example, and I think let's find ways to do more of that, not just in Potsdam, but where can we recreate things like that in other places too? So that's what's on my mind, especially from the keynote.
I want to add to this because that event was actually in my mind when I was doing the previous comment, because it was really interesting to see from a very interesting aspect, because we're saying generational switchovers so many times today, but the thing is that new generation is not different. It is you who are different. the thing is, what I realized when we went to that event, to that student audience in Potsdam, I started to talk to people, and they were exactly like I were 15 years ago. They are not different. They are the same. It's you who are not the same anymore. And this is what we need to change, that fear of new generation from this new generation is so weird and doesn't know what we're doing. It's you who are weird. And they ask all the same questions. They ask like, they don't talk about burnout. That's interesting, you know, like the students don't talk about burnout. They talk about how to do cool stuff in Linux. They talk how to build kernel, how to change the driver, how to like change their desktop wallpaper. I haven't changed my desktop wallpaper for the last 10 years because I'm not doing that anymore. But new generation does. And we did when we were that new generation. So the generational switch over is not a difference between old people and new people. It's the difference between young people who are actually still the same, right? And the old people who we became. And so I would advise to anyone who is like, has a little bit of fear against the younger generation or with change or what it brings, or can you trust these new people? Try to find an opportunity to actually talk to people who are not your colleagues and not the people who you know from a project for 15 years when you have history and so on. Go out and talk to them, and you will see they're like exactly like you were. And they need to go through the same path you did. And you need to give them the time and space and opportunity to go through this path. And like, don't be scared by them.
So I totally agree with you on this. That's why I want to bring also the mentoring part that we speak so much. Because especially, you know, if you have that experience and you try to mentor someone else to pass this knowledge that you have, it's important. Otherwise, you know, because things might happen in the community, you might not have the time, and you might even need to leave, but how things can continue to still function and happen is the mentoring part. For example, last year I did outreach for the DI team, and Cornelius was my mentee. Of course that, you know, it needs a lot of time to mentor and to go through all the things, but I think just giving them that trust and trying to give them that chance to be part of the community, see how things work. Of course that maybe some of them, you know, maybe a part of the outreach or the internship part, they might not still be part of the community, but still giving them that chance, that space, that trust, it's quite important. And I'm actually quite happy to see him still part of the community nowadays, quite active, helping with the release parties, with the docs team, being at Flock as well. It's like really great. So I think if we don't try to do this, the mentoring part, or which is the hard part, of course, we need to give them a chance, right? Because as also other people, Alexandra and others were saying, you know, we all started somewhere, and it was also someone else that actually mentored us. And actually that's one of the reasons why I'm still part of the community for quite some time now, because I'm like, now I see it more as a way that I want to give back to the community. I want to see like some new people come aboard and try to help mentor them around. So yeah, mentoring, it's quite important, I would say. And especially because sometimes you have teams that have, for example, only 1 or 2 people there. So if something again happens and you don't have the time, maybe nothing will happen in that team anymore. So yeah, try to mentor new people if you have the chance, and that would quite help.
All right. So we're at about the halfway point here, and Clément's been clutching that microphone for 30 minutes. So why don't we go ahead and open it up to the audience Q&A.
Yes. Fedora Core's values are like first, feature, freedom, and friends. And for a long time, I think Fedora took pride in being the bleeding edge, or as Matthew Miller was saying, like leading edge. And I remember when I joined Fedora, it was like, yeah, things were not like working well, and it was like a bit of controversy, like pushing Wayland and stuff like this. And I feel we, as our user base is growing, we're taking a lot of pride in the quality of what we're delivering. But how is that, I feel because of this, we tend to be more conservative and we tend to be scared of change. So I was curious about, from the council perspective, what is success for Fedora? Is it to continue to grow the user base, or is it to stay the leading edge for the Linux ecosystem?
Yeah, Akash?
I think it's important to distinguish between, chasing the controversy versus the controversy happening as a consequence of us doing something that's really not known or really not, explored at that point in time, right? And many times we are ahead of the curve, and what we decide ends up being the standard. It's crazy. Wayland at that point in time was crazy, but a couple of years down the road, everyone was doing it, right? So I was like, weren't you folks calling us crazy back then, right? But at the very same time, it's the sustainability of the processes that keeps us going, keeps us making those changes in the first place. So it's a balance, basically, I would say, that we also need to see that are we, by any chance, alienating folks by our pursuit of doing something advanced? If we're doing so, we need to keep introspecting every now and then, that maybe we need to put a halt there, reevaluate our way of doing things. Not exactly the idea, don't get me wrong, the idea could very well be fine. It could need a nudge or two. It does not need to be rejected outright. But the way we are doing things needs to be evaluated. And if we are the ones doing the evaluation, that's perfect. But if someone else is coming in, then yeah, that's something that would help us do things in a sustainable way. And controversies, they would happen. They would happen regardless of where we go.
Aoife down here. Aoife.
So Clement, you asked what success is for the council, and you gave 2 examples, but we're still pitting things against each other to define success, even than that. Sorry. Why does it have to be an either or? Why can't we not have a strong contributor growth and also be leading edge? Because it's growth. So to me, success is growth. A healthy, stable, safe feeling of growth where you can come in and do what you've done and enjoy it, but also come in and try new things and enjoy it. So, growth. That's my answer.
Hey. I think you're actually talking about a marketing issue, actually. Right, because we have mature outputs, right? The things that are mature now were difficult in the past, right? But more interesting, right? Because part of it is we scratch an itch because it's broken, and we work on it because we're technology people, and we want to work on the things that are slightly broken. And they get as they mature, they get a little less interesting to some of us, right? But they get more interesting to users because they're more stable. And so we're sort of this is an innovator's dilemma issue, right? We have a 20-how-many-year-old output that, is expressed in the mature desktops, right? Because that's where this project really started, was sort of being a desktop output, right? And there were years when those were rocky, right? Wayland introduction was the switch over to GNOME 3 super painful for all of us. But I think because those outputs are mature, they're naturally going to be risk averse because they have that long history. But we need to have a space for things where we market as weird and a little broken, because that attracts a different person, right? Than the person who just wants to use. I always think about what I was at 22, 23. If it had been a stable thing, I would not have gotten involved. I was interested in learning about how the systems works because I knew I could break the system and learn by breaking, right? That's my mentality. And I think that's a mentality that's attractive as a contributor, is you want to poke and break and fix and make it better, versus a consumer where you want it to work, right? And I think we need to make a space. They don't have to compete, but it is a marketing thing. We can't above the fold the weird stuff, but we need to advertise it to the right group, because that's the group that's going to contribute, and they're going to mature that thing, and then in 15 years they're going to have that discussion about being risk averse and the next thing's coming up that needs a new set of people who want to push it because they're interested in that new thing.
The interesting thing is that without user base, you actually do not know if you're leading edge or if you're just a mess. And like the user base is how you know that you're actually leading into some direction. And this is your feedback loop. So again, this is like, it would be so much easier if we could like always have a nice choice and like choose one or prioritize this one, but we're like always trying to figure out a balance, and this is always like falling into one way or the other, and then we try to recover, and then we recover too much, and when we go back, and this is a never-ending story with our project, that we're balancing on that edge and always trying to fall down in the wrong direction, and that's how a project works. So, but I like what Jeff said about marketing, that a lot of these differences, they are purely imaginary. It's a perception. It's people perceive Fedora now as mature. It doesn't mean it actually is impossible to change it or something, but we need to, it doesn't even require to change something inside the project. It is the change of an attitude, how we present the project, which we might be enough. So we don't need even do like a real choices which will lead to impactful technical decisions. We need to start thinking about ourselves slightly differently and present ourselves slightly differently, and that might be good enough. So this is like funny how much of it is just imaginary stuff, and crowd imagination is such a powerful thing, and we don't know how to direct it and how to use it. It just happens, but if maybe we can try to influence it in some direction, this will already solve so many problems.
Yeah, hi. So I liked what Alexander said before, and I'm sitting here, I'm starting contributing like 12 years ago, so I'm like a reflective moment, right? And like you're completely right that we used to set windows on fire when you closed them and do like 3D cubes and stuff, and it was super exciting. I had zero responsibilities. It was just fun. And I wouldn't think about things like burnout or sustainability, like, because I couldn't relate to those concepts. That wasn't my world, right? And now, 12 years later, with actual responsibilities, there's like different things that give me energy, but like I need to think about burnout, responsibility. Maybe like I can see why we have processes, because they actually help, but I couldn't care less back then, right? So if we think about onboarding contributors, what's your take on this, like enabling them and maybe like letting them trip a little bit, maybe a tiny bit of a burnout, like just so they can relate, and then we can help them with that. Like, what's your take on this?
I would say that it's important to have a starting point for contributors, right? No matter how much people respect creativity, but if you start aimless, where are you going to end up being, right? So even if it's a issue in an application that you're working on, that's fine. Start with that. Maybe document something along the way. But going there, finishing that first, and then asking the question, okay, what do I do now? That thing is important, because at that point in time, you have gotten your feet wet as new contributors, and you know what it feels like to contribute to a project. From there on out, yes, you do need mentors as to understand which direction you can take, but the first contribution or the first set of contributions has to be a straight line. If it's not a straight line, then you would see that, oh, this is interesting too. Oh, you have gaming? You will be interested in a lot of things. You'll be a part of a lot of chat groups. But you'd also find yourself not doing anything, and that just leaves you with this imposter syndrome that, oh, I am in conversation with a lot of people, but am I doing something useful? So that first useful contribution that makes you feel confident is important, and that only happens on a straight line.
Down here to Jeff.
Hey, I like that answer. That's how you get people stuck in. They have a first good experience, but you're talking about burnout, right? If this were a brick and mortar community where we could actually see people interact, again, my curling club is a great example. So, in a brick and mortar situation, it would be very obvious if someone's doing too much, right? If you're a volunteer for something brick and mortar, your other volunteers will see that you're doing too much, and then they will take you aside and be like, hey, slow your roll. Like, you can't 10x this. This is a marathon, not a sprint, right? We have a problem in that we can't see how much people are doing. So from a governance standpoint, even if we had the structures to do that, we don't have the ability to see how much time, how much effort people are putting in, so we could ask them for their own, for project, because it's a risk of the project when people do too much. Like, it's actually better for people, so we have a concept of what a healthy amount of work is as a volunteer, so that, and we have guardrails around that, right? It's not perfect, but if you're 10xing what we think a good amount of, or a reasonable amount of work is, then we should find a way to help you not do that much. That's a hard thing to do in a distributed online community. We may have the data to help with that, but then we'd have to build structures to basically help identify when people are redlining, and we ask them to basically take on co-maintainership kind of situations, or else. But we also can't. And like I said, in a brick and mortar, it's a lot easier to basically nudge. It's very difficult to nudge here. So I don't have a solution to that, but I would love one. Thank you for volunteering to come up with a solution to that. I greatly appreciate it.
I just wanted to say that we can see that the people are doing too much. I know one QA fella, one infra fella, and about 3 packages. They are doing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of work, and we can't help them because we don't have anything else to replace what they are doing. We are losing the packages.
Mm-hmm.
So whenever there is a newcomer who stays and maintains hundreds and hundreds of packages, we are actually really happy because somebody's doing it.
That's probably not healthy.
It's not healthy, but it's the way we do it now, and we need to start doing it differently. We need to get more packages doing that work, and that's difficult.
Thanks for volunteering to solve that problem with us.
Hi everyone, got Maxwell. I guess the phrase generation and young people was mentioned so many times that I felt the need to chime in. But I kind of agree with what the people towards this end were saying, and that I think it's more of a social problem than a technical problem. Like when discourse was presented, the way it was presented was all you old mailing list people have to adopt discourse, or no young people are going to join the project. And it just didn't make any sense. We spent so much time discussing it. But really what needs to be done is there needs to be outreach, there needs to be internship opportunities and local events and mentors. And I just wish every time that someone starts complaining about discourse on the mailing list or discourse on discourse, I just want to write this isn't getting us to where we want to go. I feel like there's significantly better things that would help new contributors that are more difficult and more expensive than deciding how we want to configure discourse, but I think are going to be a lot more productive in getting new people actually involved in the project, while also, as Miro has mentioned, not irritating people who actually are doing things, even if they are burnt out and doing way too many things.
Well, first, I want to define generational from my point of view. It's number of years stuck in, not age. I'm old in the community only because I did it for 10 years and walked away, right? If I were in for 1 year, I would be generationally new from my perspective. So it's not age for me, it's just your contact with this community and this culture. I'm not going to use a curling analogy.
Thank you.
But I'm going to push back on the last thing. Saying that we shouldn't irritate burned out people. The problem is with burned out people, they're already redlining, and they're already not in a space where they can actually accept change because they're already redlining. So it's not, we're already working with if someone's burned out, they're already in an irrational state, and it's almost impossible not to irritate them.
I don't mean irritate, I just mean that, like, I think there's been a lot of focus on solving this in a technical way, which I just don't think is the right way.
Oh, I agree. One thing I wish we had was a burnout assessment tool that we made everybody take, or we encourage everybody to take. And we had resources to help people who scored high on that.
What happens is prolific packagers just, all their stuff gets mass orphans and they become inactive, and then some of it gets dropped and some of it some other burned out person.
Right, and I'd rather catch people before they get 10x beyond burnout stage.
We have 3 hands back here on the panel.
Right. As having the experience of being a previously young person, and probably the youngest in the panel, I agree. Which one of us was it who said that the problem is very perceptive? It's very perceptional. It does not exist. But the gap that we see is, sometimes all you got to do is go ahead and ask if it indeed really is a problem. Case in point, I wasted 5 years trying to fix Easy Fix, and then realized that, it's not a technical problem, right? It's a people problem. Like, why would they bother creating an issue ticket for something that they could fix in a minute, right? When the process of creating the issue ticket would take, it depends, like nowadays you have LLMs and stuff, but back then, why would you bother, wasting 5 minutes to create that? And that's a people problem, right? We can't just be like, you don't have enough tooling for that. Maybe add some more web applications to help fix it. No, that's not how it works, right? So I agree, that's a problem, and the way it we can do something about it, not potentially fix it, because I wish I had an answer, is to talk more about it, right? So, yeah.
I have many opinions on discourse, and I would love to have a dedicated space for this conversation again, I guess, because yes, and I do participate in this, so please ping me where, like, we need to talk more about this. I wanted to point to one specific thing. You say it's a social problem, not technological problem. The thing is, communication channel is one of the most critical parts of social interaction in the project. So the discourse thing, I know, like, there's a lot of problems and so on, but this is from my perspective, one of the highest priority issues we have, because communication is how we actually make a project. Like, the project is not the code in the diskette. The project is people who communicate about the code. And exactly the issue you mentioned is, like, we post about orphaned packages on the mailing list for burned out people so that other burned out people can pick up those orphaned packages. This is the exact problem of a communication channel, and this is why, like, maybe discourse is not solving it now, maybe discourse is not the only solution, but we need to find a communication channel which talks about orphaned projects, not to people who are already burned out on the mailing list, but to people who are outside and do not know how to contribute to Fedora yet. So people who are not on mailing list are the main target audience for the orphaned packages announcement, essentially. And discourse is like our attempt to kind of make this information more accessible. It says it is important part of solving social problems is to learn how to communicate. And whether we do it, we cannot mandate the way of communication. We need community buy-in in the communication problem. But this is really like cry for help from here is that please people think about communicating in a way that like, don't bother me, I don't want to talk to anyone, but in a way that how do we reach out people who are not in that communication channel which we used for 15 years? There should be some other ways how we communicate, and we try to solve that. And give us ideas if you don't like that specific one, let's talk about others, but we need something, we cannot ignore that.
We have Justin and Miro, and I think we have...
One last thing. I actually will note I do also run the orphan packages process, so if you were, and I'm working on rewriting it, so if you or anyone else actually does have concrete ideas of how to improve it, there's an issue tracker, please file one. Thank you.
Okay. I want to get to you guys, I'm going to let you finish, but I think we had 2 audience questions in the queue, and I want to make sure we get to, so Justin, Miro, 2 things, but we've got 10 minutes, so.
I'll be quick. What you called out as the social issue is something that maybe it's discourse today or discourse for the last 8 years, or it was Matrix and IRC yesterday. I still see that the challenge is going to be there, and you touched on this part of like we led with all the, we've old Cudgeon Lee sysadmin people, get off your mailing list and come to discourse. I mean, we weren't exactly like that, but I think that leading with what's exciting and the parts like what that actually unlocks us, and still making sure that we're not losing sight of things like the 4 foundations, like making sure we're using open source tools. It's very obvious people in our community care very much about that, and that's part of the deal with our values as a community. So I still recognize that I think how we communicate about these things is a big part of that, because yes, we can keep having the discourse conversation or have whatever next thing it will be, but we need to focus on how we're actually, on the topic of people burning out, how are we actually trying to help them and make their lives better? What are these tools? If you talked with Matthew about, being on Matthew Miller, being on the context of doing code of conduct work when someone goes really ballistic and crazy on a mailing list versus the tools you have in something like discourse that gets you to a much more calmer, easier to manage for everyone's state. I think that's the kind of thing maybe we could have leaned into more on that messaging, and as we think about these things generally, that might be the part that connects back to even what Alexandra was talking about before, when we're going to these, people that have the same questions now that some of us had years ago, connecting in person, doing that on smaller basis, and that's not going to solve everything, but if we can lean into that model that we literally were doing 15 to 20 years ago with these smaller regional meetups, because we didn't have video conferencing and stuff like that back then. We weren't doing we were doing more IRC meetings, but not video calls and this kind of stuff now. And I think maybe a part of that leans into that whole regional, smaller meetups. I'd love to get 4 people in the same city together than send 4 people from across a continent to the same event.
Meryl?
I just realized something. For past couple of years, I struggled with the Discord versus mailing list problem, and now I finally understood that the mailing lists are for the burned out people. And if we stop writing emails, we will solve their burnout because they will no longer need to reply for anything. It might actually work. I'm just kidding. Anyway.
Yeah, honestly, the amount of mails is increasing still. But that's not my question. What I want to first thank you a lot for everyone here for what you are doing. That's great, and I really appreciate it. I want to point out Jeff started this conversation based on the RPM committers. So basically what I'm thinking of is, and that's something what bothers me for a long time already. If you take a look for Bezite, for example, the reason why people are it's so popular, and the reason for what I heard is that the contribution to that is really nice. It's pleasure experience. However, if you want to start doing contribution as the specifically like I'm a new packager, I want to get my package, like this is interesting, I want to get it in Fedora, you will find out that if it's Rust specifically or any modern language, it's so complicated. We spent, our team packaged Goose into, which is a Rust project, an AI client, into Fedora. We spent 3 months as a team to get it in. And usually most modern applications here, like these days, are in way of get to their site and you will find out the way so how to install it is a curl pipe bash. That's the way how the modern projects works because it's the simplest one and they don't have time, they don't want to spend time on getting it correct way. And that, I don't think it's a fail of anyone, but basically, I agree with you that we need to modernize the stack, modernize the rules, and modernize everything around it, because we are not able, and like most of the distribution are not able to do that. As I mentioned, Bazite basically is using Brew as the standard way of installing, which is great because you have it shared between the distributions. And one of the reasons why maybe the RPM committers are going away is that they are more focusing on let's do it on one place for all the distributions, not just the RPMs for Fedora. And it's getting out of hand this way for years. And with the AI, it's skyrocketing really out of like any reach of anyone is able to keep it in the manageable ways. So yeah, I totally agree with that. I don't have a golden like a rule or idea of how to resolve it. I'm thinking about Hummingbird, I'm thinking about Flatpak, but not Fedora Flatpak, because that's, again, you need to have an RPM to get into Flatpak. So you are not able to avoid the hundreds of dependencies for packaging your project. And it's like, yeah, we need a solution for that.
Alexandra.
Okay, I'm here like been advocating for all the newcomers and new tools, new stuff, but like curl pseudo bash is where I draw the line, you know? Like, I mean, I think we should do modernization, but we also should never forget what is the actual value of a distribution. And the package review process, however it can be optimized, it is a value of a distribution. And we need to explain to people, whoever it is, that they should care about supply chain. I don't know why it's even controversy anymore nowadays, but like the difference between, yeah, you can put your stuff on your GitHub repo and you can put your stuff in Fedora is that package review process. It's complicated. We should remove the complications which have no justification, but we should value that process as a thing which we contribute to the society in general. This is our role as a distribution. And I think this is where we should keep that and try to educate people that this is what is important and not just chase the latest way people do sandboxing or downloading or whatever if it's a wrong way. So this is, I guess, what attracted me to Fedora at the very beginning was that the goal is not even matter is leading edge or not. It's a matter of we should aim to do a right thing rather than the most popular thing. And I think this is what kind of needs to be preserved no matter how transformative, how the transformation is happening. Can we switch to Hummingbird? Yeah, maybe, but we can keep that. And like, this is where, sorry, anyone wants to comment? Or I can continue.
We had one more question, but if we, did David still have a question? Yes, I mean, finish your thought. But.
Just quickly, I agree with you that we should value the RPM and packaging guidelines and everything we have. The issue is that the projects outside, which we want to have as part of the distribution, are basically going different way. And we can't force them, and we don't want to force them. We need to find a way how to make everything combined, basically working together.
So I touched partly on that in my console interview, and my opinion on this is that we should aim to incorporate all the satellite projects which appear around the Fedora ecosystem. We should let, like, people want fast path, less restrictions and less guidelines. Go remix all the way. Like, there is nothing stopping you, and you should be able to, and people just should be understanding why it's happening and how it's happening. And I started my Fedora journey from Fedora Remix. It was hard, especially with language barrier, to contribute to Fedora upstream, and we had this helping infrastructure for the local community. We had local remix with like Russian-speaking people helping with the packaging and stuff. But we made it in a way that it is connecting people to Fedora upstream as much as possible, and like within 7 years, most of the contributors to our remix became the Fedora contributors because it became possible, the codecs became better, something like happened in the technical side and social side, it worked. So like, remixing is good. Everyone should be able to do remixing of Fedora, to restrict the rules, to do sandboxes under Fedora umbrella, outside of Fedora umbrella. That's awesome. But once we should have these gradual steps to become the Fedora, and we should value why these steps are happening, and we should not just simply discard them because people don't like them. Like, some people will not like them. That's okay.
It's now 11:01. I'm happy to stand here for 5 more minutes if you want to talk, but we are cutting into your coffee time if we do that. It's up to you.
We have 30 minutes of a break.
We have a 30-minute break? Are you for real? Oh, I am very happy to stand here for another 5 minutes. Miro, did you have a quick thought? And then we'll do David's
very
question.
quick thought. I met a lot of people who assumed writing spec files is hard and that we need to get rid of them or invent a way that writes them for us. But in reality, writing spec files is the most trivial part of packaging. Packaging is about integration, about hard choices, hard communication with upstreams, and no matter of tooling we paper over spec files or replace spec files with, we'll ever solve that. And that's the value of the distribution as well. And I agree 100% that we need to make contributing to Fedora on packaging level trivial and pleasant. I'm not saying I agree that we should replace the way we package Rust, that's the way we solve it. I don't think so. But I think that by using Forjo for dist-git, by making non-packager pull request work like all the other pull requests in the universe work and not like some crazy stuff that nobody else uses work, that's the step one. And we can build on top of that and stop pretending that the only way to become a packager is to bring your software and that you want to package it. There are a lot of people who want to join packagers group, and when I ask them, do you have a package you want to package? They don't, and that shouldn't be a stopper for them. That should just mean, okay, do you have a package you want to work on that already is in Fedora? What do you want to achieve? This is how you do it. And they say, yes, this is trivial because it works like every other open source contribution. They don't say, wow, why is this so crazy? I'll want to herd llamas instead or something like that.
Could we go to David's question then?
How can we increase the amount of discussion that moves back and forth in between the Fedora and the CentOS communities?
Sean? I'm not on the council.
I'll give it a stab. Have you heard of Freckle?
Yeah.
I
There is an actual concentrated effort by Fedora, CentOS, and RHEL. I'm going to say leads, but like it's truly open to anybody who's in those spaces who'd like to kind of bridge gaps with those work. Yeah, leads mandatory. Anybody else who'd like to take part, welcome to. That's a starting point. I don't know if it's the only way or the best way, but it's definitely a starting point, and you have to start somewhere to figure out if it's working or not. And Alexandra will have something more important to say.
Sorry, I actually do not have more. I just feel like, I mean, Fedora is upstream for CentOS, and there is no workaround around that. And one way we can make it, I hope we try to make it more clear, is that all the downstreams are welcome in the Fedora conversations, and we should, and like, as Fedora console or as any other like Fedora effort, the feedback from downstreams is important for the Fedora decisions as well. So you don't even need a special invitation, right? Just like participate in Fedora the way every other Fedora contributor participates. That's like participate in Fedora changes discussion, participate in Fedora console discussions. This is all open, and all downstreams, all like remixes or whatever, their opinions matter in these discussions, and we would love to hear that, more of it.
Miro.
I have a mic up. I'm just keeping it around. Interesting question, and I realized something. I am a CentOS stream packager, and I don't do any CentOS communication whatsoever. Shame on me, I mean, really. And how many of you here are CentOS stream packagers and Fedora packagers at the same time? I think I'm not alone. And I think that in Red Hat, we moved the dist-git to a public place, but we somehow forgot to move the communication to a public place. And I know it's hard, and sometimes it's easier not to overthink it and just discuss everything privately because it's RHEL and whatever, but there is a lot of communication that happens on internal mailing lists about RHEL that could be easily moved to CentOS stuff and be like public mailing lists. Not all of it probably, but a lot of it. And then we could start on the packager level and bring those discussions outside and involve Fedora people and CentOS community in them. And I'll try to do it myself, and I encourage others who are in the same position as I am to do the same.
I'm going to widen that out. So, you know, CentOS Stream is basically our primary vendored downstream, right? But we are actually a multi-vendor ecosystem now. If we don't, I mean, Azure is now based on Fedora, Amazon Linux is based on Fedora, you know, and then we have a whole bunch of community things based on Fedora. But I would love to have a way to treat all the vendors the same way, so we could have the vendor downstreams talking to each other and us, and so that we could have a better sense of how we can bring those resources in, because I'm expecting a future where we're going to see Microsoft engineers show up in the same way that Red Hat engineers show up in the project. So I want to fix that in a vendor neutral way, so that all the vendor downstreams have a comms approach that works to work with the project as a project.
As much as I would love to stay up here, and this is actually one of my favorite parts, to hear feedback from the community, I feel like the FESCO folks might be upset if we send everyone without coffee into their session. So I think this might be a good wrap. I want to thank Sean for being our panel moderator, and all of our folks on council for being up here. Go get some coffee. And our audience questions and engagement too.
Hey, could I ask a quick favor of our volunteer photographers? I'm sorry if I'm keeping you from coffee. Council, could you all stand here and do a really nice picture? I think you'll like it. A nice picture. Stay on stage and stand.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Fedora Engineering Steering Committee panel, or FESCO, as most folks know. Joining on stage is some, but not all, members of the FESCO, the Fedora Engineering Steering Committee. I would first like to wish a congratulations to our newly elected members. We have Neil Gompa, we have Fabio Valentini, we have Maxwell G. We also have Simon, and I'm not going to pronounce his surname because it's, I can't do it. Simon, well done. And I believe that could be it. No, there's 5. I'm missing a 5th. One moment, technical issues. The technical issue is my brain memory. We have a 5th, but congratulations to the current and the newly elected members. Okay. Yeah. Great. So there is technical issues. Yeah.
Please stand by.
None of us like curling, Jeff. And Michelle. Okay.
So I just checked it and it just popped on.
Excellent. Okay, we are live on the stream. Jeff wasn't even in the room for my comment, which is great. And also, Michelle Lind is our 5th electee for the Fedora Engineering Steering Committee. So congratulations to Michelle as well. Thank you. Okay, without further ado, I'm going to pass it over to our FESCO panelists. They're going to introduce themselves and a short description of who they are, what they do around Fedora. And then we're opening it up to you.
Hi, I'm Neil. I've been doing this for a while, and I sit on FESCO to hopefully do things that help people make a better project.
Hi, I'm Kevin. I've been around for forever. And likewise, I try and help people out. I try to unblock things. I think I have a good amount of history that I bring to FESCO just from, ages past.
Hello, everyone. I'm the new one, Maxwell. So I have been contributing to Fedora for probably like 5 years now. I do packaging, I'm a sponsor, and then I'm also very involved in the Go language SIG and the Python language SIG, where I work a lot on macros, automation, various other fun stuff. There's recently a big change to the Go packaging ecosystem, which I think went pretty well, so I'm happy about that. And then I also am part of the Fedora packaging committee, where I help with the guidelines, help review stuff, help fix stuff in the packaging guidelines, which I think are very important. And now I'm here to help steer things at a higher level. So thank you for voting for me.
Okay, hello again. I'm introducing myself again. Still, Fabio Deckerthorpe is my username. Yeah, I've been on FESCO for this is the 6th time I've been elected, I think. And yeah, I'm interim council representative for FESCO, and for Fedora, I mostly do Rust packaging these days, working on packager tooling, and I'm also a member of the packaging committee.
And my name is Byszek. I have been on FESCO for, I think, 8 years. I work on systemd, and I also work on various tooling parts of the packaging story. So RPM autospec, most recently ad determinism, which makes package builds reproducible. And I would like to also work more in the future on various other parts of the packaging story and the packaging workflow to make it smoother.
I'm still double jobbing. I'm also pretending to be Timothy Ravier as well, God help us all. If there are any questions for Timothy, he's here on chat in the Matrix room, so feel free to message in. Am I not loud enough? Internet people, Timothy, I'm going to pretend to be you for a little while, but don't worry, you can tell me exactly what to say on the phone. So, questions from the audience for our FESCO panelists? Don't be shy. They're very nice.
What is the current state of CVs in Fedora? Is there anything happening? Did we realize that something is happening? Is there any coordination? Like anything we are trying to do or might do? Any help that would be needed? Yeah. And what's the state actually?
So there is a ticket. This was actually something that we started looking at like last year. And so the whole process, Red Hat actually, the production security folks actually file tickets for CVEs for Fedora packages, helpfully. Unfortunately, they also, sometimes get it wrong, or it's not the right package, or there's issues, or et cetera. So we've actually opened a dialogue about like trying to fix that and make those bugs more useful. And of course, as you know, the CVE apocalypse has hit really hard this year. There's been a lot of kernel ones, there's been a lot of browser ones, there's been a lot around the project as a whole. I don't know, I think we're in a kind of an uncertain time right here, because is this something where there's a lot of CVEs being found because the tooling has gotten so much better, the AI stuff, and we're going to get to a point where we're back to an equilibrium again, or is it just going to continue to be this way for the foreseeable future? And it's really hard to predict that, but I think we definitely can improve the process a lot, and we're working on that. I think that there could be a lot more help that maintainers could get for handling stuff like that. So yeah, it's a hard problem.
Yeah, I mean, the latest thing which Fabio proposed is we're working on adding additional metadata to every package, or not every package, but within language systems, like for all Python packages, for all Rust packages, etc. So we're adding the standardized metadata to these packages, and the goal is that product security is going to be able to consume that metadata to basically be able to properly identify which Fedora package maps to which upstream package, because historically that has been a huge problem where like there's some Node.js, there's a CVE and a Node.js library that gets like filed against a Python package, and then it's like we have to look at it and like this makes no sense, and we've started an effort to track those issues using like Bugzilla tracker bugs, so we've that's helped us identify it, and we're really hoping that this new proposal is, one, not going to create any extra work for packagers, because we already have generators that create metadata for Python packages and cargo packages, and that all happens automatically based on the upstream metadata. So all we're doing is adjusting those existing things to just add another one that's standardized across every language ecosystem.
Thanks. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to add some small thing, because I think we are actually, as a project, not that bad at pulling in fixes for security issues. Just the state of our bug tracker doesn't reflect this. So there are a lot of bugs for CVEs that are still open, despite the bugs having actually been fixed already, just because people, to some degree, stopped bothering to look at them because the quality of them is so bad. So we're trying to fix that too, to have the state of bug tracker also reflect that things aren't actually as bad as they might look.
To add to this, I think that with the CVE apocalypse happening, this is something that we cannot handle manually, and the current processes, they were designed for manual work, and we need to automate this, and I really hope that once we move to the new Forge with this Git, we can I don't know, figure some more less human resource intensive ways to deal with those things.
One final thing on the CVE stuff. If you just look at Bugzilla, at all the CVEs, you go, whoa, look at all those CVEs. But there's a whole lot of stuff that's very low priority, is not exploitable, is not even arguably a CVE. And so I think a lot of those things accumulate, and I think we need to discuss as a project whether we want to, what we want to do with those. Do we want to track them and just close them? Do we want to continue to track them and keep them up until that we know they're fixed? That kind of thing. So that's the discussion we're going to have.
Yeah, thanks. My goal for why I was asking is that like within a Packet team we are working on a like automated solution on CentOS side. So I was curious like if there is a demand and people interested in having something like that on Fedora. So we can probably like discuss later, but if anyone is interested.
Yeah, I mean, if we could, I know that Packet has the ability to automatically do new upstream release. I know, to do automatic upstream releases in Fedora. So if we could update that to also look at the CVE metadata and automatically add the, you know, the closes, RHBZ, whatever the security bug is, when it knows that that new upstream version is the version that fixes that CVE, or some other tool that does that. I think that could be very helpful.
Yeah, hi, Lukáš from Bocek here. Sorry for all the bad CVs. Yeah, me and all other folks, we are working with Fedora for improving those. And thanks, Fabio, for the URL change proposal. Actually, I wanted to ask, is there someone from the Fedora security SIG here? Because we were trying to find those people here. And there is going to be a talk about the CRA today. If you can come there, we can have a chat after that. Because we are doing the gap analysis on the security side on Fedora, and we are trying to improve, like everything. And yeah, we want to meet you guys and have a chat.
No, I just, for data on the CV flood, in case it's interesting for people, not speaking to any of the points the council made about how many of these are real bugs, whether they've actually been fixed. But between April 1 and June 15 last year, there were 122 CV issues filed. In the same period this year, 1,919. So there's definitely a CV flood.
So I was wondering if, sorry, I had to switch gears there for just a second. I wondered if there was a response to an earlier question that happened in the council. So I feel like this is a more appropriate place to ask that question around the encapsulated binary and curl, and just and the like how we see that as from an engineering perspective. And then secondly, I wanted to ask about the changes in the way that Jeff was talking about, how we have multiple vendors at this point, how we can be flexible on the way that our packaging models could incorporate some of the flexibility around those vendors.
I can answer the second one. Does anyone want to answer the first one?
So in the discussion, there were 2 points raised. I mean, in the answers, I think it was Alexandra and Miro, but I'm not sure anymore. So one is that the packaging introduces a basic level of quality, and the second one was that the packaging allows for integration, and those two things, well, you can do neither of those with curl pipe bash, and I think that. So I think that, like as was said before, we should not sacrifice on quality, but we should figure out what parts of the process and what parts of the packaging story are not relevant anymore, what we can automate, what we can remove, and so on. And this must be an ongoing process, and we must make decisions all the time, not following the latest trend, but what we think is technically reasonable. And to start on the second question.
Oh yeah, for the first one, I did not realize you said curl bash. I thought you said kernel, and I was like, when was kernel mentioned in the last thing? But But yes, about the issue with packaging in Fedora, I do agree with what was said. Our packaging work and our integration provides a lot of value to our upstreams. Like I was just talking to Carol from the Python team who works on the Python rebuilds, and like everyone, like people in the AI desktop, whatever, were like saying like, oh, it's so annoying, Fedora has this new Python and it doesn't work with anything. And like the point of doing those Pythons early is because we test them early, we fix things, we push those things upstream, and we help those upstreams get ready for the next Python version. And that's like something that we do that is not only helping us, but it's also helping the community at large. And I think that's valuable. And as for like the issue, another issue that's been brought up with packaging is the issue of managing complex dependency trees. And I think like in Python and in Cargo, upstreams provide proper metadata for that for the most part. Like there's version ranges, and we have tooling that consumes that metadata and translates it into RPM metadata. So just really making sure that everything is integrated and that the versions are compatible and everything's installable. But in other ecosystems like for Go and Node.js, we realized that doing that is just completely infeasible, and we've switched to a different approach that doesn't sacrifice what we do in Fedora. Like we still work with upstreams, we still follow the rules about making sure that the bundled metadata is there and that the licensing is there. So I think for certain ecosystems that is something that we need to evaluate, but I think the tooling that we have, especially for the language, other than Go, the other language ecosystems that I do work in, I think is working for us for the most part.
To add on to Maxwell's point, we have extended the RPM ecosystem tooling specifically to incorporate features and expectations from new language management stacks, new features and things like that. For example, version ranges was a feature that was added to RPM specifically to support Rust and Python's emergent use of this stuff. But I also want to add another bit to this to kind of overlay a point here. One of the hugely underrated qualities that we have within Fedora, it's a side effect of our integration process, but I think it's a valuable point in itself, is you can understand, regardless of where a piece of software came from, what it is, how important it is or how unimportant it is, how broken it is, and from a quality perspective, from a version perspective, how out of date, how new, what is included in it, because we rationalize all that into a common set of terms and a common set of queries that you can use that makes it so you can understand coherently at scale. And this is a problem that, you know, when you go outside of the Linux distribution space, that people are really struggling with. There's, you know, the package URL stuff came out of this idea that like there is no coherent way to understand this, because if you don't have a unifying delivery mechanism, you don't have a way to have rationalized metadata. And when you go beyond that into even like, how do I understand what a version means? In different ecosystems and in different stacks, they have different meanings. Go has an absolutely insane construct of how versioning works, in which versions don't mean anything.
Or they could just be arbitrary commits. That's why we changed it, but in other ecosystems, we don't have that problem.
Right, but like, I'm underscoring this point that like, one of the most underrated things that we have in Fedora is that as a side effect of our quality and our integration work, it is easy for someone to go in and say, hey, I know that this thing is bad and this thing is good and this thing is new and this thing is old and this thing is probably a little wibbly and this one is great, because there is a consistent fabric that we have to understand each and every component within whatever deliverable we have. And you know, there's a lot of people on the internet that like to say that this stuff is outmoded and we can just go in all the different ways. But I think when you think about at larger scales, this becomes a valuable property that is really not talked about that much.
So we have RPMs, and RPMs are just tarballs with some metadata, and they are quite flexible. And I think that we should keep using them because they are nice. They work well for this purpose. But we should also have in mind the fact that most likely people will be using immutable or atomic type installations much more like as the primary installation method in the future, and that is good, but it does not mean that the packaging work that is happening stops being useful. And to answer to Neil's point about knowing, I think that knowing about the quality, well, we do have a problem with this because, yes, you know the version, you know who did it and when, but we don't know how often a package is installed and where. And I think we should start gathering installation data for packages and have, like, this has been talked for many years. People are afraid of privacy issues and privacy and blowback from people who don't want data to be gathered. But I think that as a project, we need to do this because to a large extent, we are flying blind because we don't know if a given package is installed 1 or 100 or 100,000 times.
I'm following up with that. I'm working on packaging more complex projects and making them possible, for example, on atomic desktops. Like I spend a lot of time improving the NVIDIA stuff, all the curl install scripts I come around with, that's what I'm improving. And up until now I always struggled in finding resources. You've talked about those tools you have internally in Fedora for making things easier, making things faster. Where do I find docs for that? Because especially for me, it usually starts off with I have an operating system, I install something, then do a operating system diff to see which files changed and move on from that.
Yeah, I mean, as for documentation, anything about packaging, the first place to start would probably be the packaging guidelines that the FPC, Fedora Packaging Committee, which I think is technically a FESCO subcommittee, but no one really publicizes that. But anyways, go there. Generally, or at least for the new guidelines and the ones that I've written or the ones that I've reviewed, we're kind of trying to focus on making the guidelines prescriptive and trying to not be a tutorial, but kind of always they provide an example spec file at the bottom. And that is generally always the best place to start. And sometimes there's additional examples or additional tutorials, or for Go, what we've done is the guidelines are prescriptive. I mean, they're written so people who package Go can understand them, but they're relatively prescriptive and concise, but they explain things that need to be explained. And then there's a spec file at the bottom, and we maintain our own documentation for the packaging tooling that actually does provide a tutorial and says, like, if I need to do this, how do I do that? If I need to do that, how do I do that?
Is there a list of all tools or scripts or utilities that exist for making things easier?
I mean, generally, a lot of stuff is done on a per ecosystem basis. So there's stuff for Python, there's stuff for Go. I know for the Qt or Qt and KDE stuff, they have some of their own macros. So generally, it kind of depends on what you're trying to package. But there are stuff like RPM lint, Fedora review, RPM inspect, which kind of are a general tool for checking the quality of RPM packaging.
And also, if it's not in the docs, then it's completely okay to go to Fedora Devel channel or the mailing list or discourse. Oh, but actually, the matrix is the best option.
Speaking of tools and making the packaging experience easier, what's your point of view on use cases for using AI tooling?
Okay, so just in my personal experience, submissions that used that tooling that I got to review were pretty bad. Just based on outdated information or on old versions of the packaging standards. So I don't know if that's just because those systems were trained on old data, or if that's somewhat old things being more amount of old things being available for training. So I don't think the current systems are very useful just because they don't use the new standard stuff.
So I think that AI is okay, but you as a person submitting it must take responsibility for every line that is submitted. And I think this will happen, and it is happening, and it's okay. It's just that we don't want the quality to decrease. But also, packaging is about having a scriptable workflow that works for hundreds of packages and then for tens of updates for each package every year. And AI is a fairly expensive way to achieve that. But yeah. Alexander wanted to make a comment.
Yeah, so regarding that, I find out that the contemporary AI tools actually pretty good if you point them to the right source data. So for example, Fedora packaging policies are available. They can be downloaded. I mean, you do git checkout of that content of the policy, then you point the agent to look into the policy, look into the RPM to Rust to RPM, and it will produce you something that after one or two iterations, faster than the human will do that, will produce the actual results that are within the policy. The problem we have is not that. The problem we have is a bottleneck as a human, because if you submit new packages, and for example, I have 2 applications, each of them is using 400 crates. Roughly 60 crates need to be packaged. If I'm submitting those crates, simply because they are used as the source code dependencies, they never used as endpoint like executables or something, it's a source code. Getting anyone to even review them takes months. This is taking more time than I get time to polish these in copper builds. This is a big problem. Finding out whether a particular spec file or a packaging is against the policy is trivial, because believe it or not, most of the tooling like Claude and Codex and so on, they can read Rust to RPM Python code. They can infer all stuff you coded there in the Python scripts that handle it. And they infer and apply these changes much better than a human does. So that's the problem. We don't rely, nowadays, if we do this work, we don't rely on where these models were trained on, because they always lag behind it. If you point them to the material that exists today, maybe the material itself is not good if the end result is rejected. But I'm more concerned about the fact that if I submit a new package request, it's not being even looked at for months. That's our problem, and that's what we really need to look into.
Okay, just...
Come on, Miro. Off you come.
Thank you. So, if you know what you are doing, am I getting an echo or not? Yeah, I'll just gotta. Sorry. Yeah, I will not go upstage. I'm not on FESCO anymore. So, if you know what you are doing, you know where to point the agents to, and you know how the result is supposed to look, you get pretty good results. If you are a new person and you just open a chat and say, I want a spec file for this, you will likely get AI slop. So as I told previously, writing spec file is easy, and even if the AI can make it easier, I don't see it as a big deal when the bottleneck is the review. And we can even have automated tools that, I want this new thing, the new Rust app in Fedora. Oh no, it has 3,000 dependencies, 3,000 spec files, like that. We don't even need AI for that because the tooling that creates the spec file, it's almost perfect, I would say. The problem is, how the hell am I supposed to get 1,000 spec files reviewed? And this is something that needs to be fixed, both on technical level and on human level. And on technical level, I imagine a world where I send all the spec files as a pull request somewhere, and they are all built together or CI tested together or checked even by AI if we want to against our guidelines. They are checked by RPM lint, RPM inspect, whatever, installability checks, and then a human reviewer, still in the loop somehow, they can approve this in a bulk. They can read the results of the CI tests, point out that there is a weird spelling of color in one of the spec files or something that important, and then they can provide feedback on the individual lines of the spec file in a system that is built in this century. Uploading spec files and source RPMs to somewhere and then linking them in Bugzilla is horrible, and I think we need to fix that.
To just add maybe a short answer, you actually need two people because you cannot do this alone, but with two people, one person submits 40 spec files, another one does 40, and they cross-check it, and then it's okay. And so it's actually not, I mean, I agree that the current process is clunky, but it can be done.
So I have a statement and a question. I start with a statement. What worked for us in Hummingbird is really making docs available to the agents. The agents by themselves, just like any human, they don't have the magical knowledge. At some point they will guess if they don't know. How we solved it is just by having a REST API available with all the container images that we build, with all the tags, with all the CVE data, and including documentation. So this way the agents are now perfectly capable of navigating the space, building container files, Docker files, knowing what to look at. So just making such an experience available in Fedora in case there's an appetite for it. Just want to say that this has worked out pretty well for Hummingbird. The question that I'm interested in is, I feel like the answer or this conversation immediately circled into something focusing on the community itself, but I think there's a unique opportunity right now for any distribution to play a bigger role in the AI world, in the agents. So I'd like to extend the question to how you, I'm sorry, Neil, but the agents will be your new users for some time. So the question directed to Neil here maybe. How do you think Fedora could play a more important role going forward in this new time? You know, that for instance, agents would default to using Fedora containers instead of Alpine, or use a Fedora host instead of Ubuntu.
Oh my God. I mean, he called me out. I don't have a choice. I guess my mixed feelings aside about the value proposition or even the long-term viability of agentic workflows and stuff like that, I think a lot of the stuff that the AI/ML SIG is doing is probably going to allow us to be in that space more. The bigger problem that we have right now is a lot of this ecosystem is operating at a pace where my head spins like every 30 days on this stuff. I kind of peripherally track it, and like I've also experimented at least once or twice with, like Fabio has, with seeing how it works when you use, you know, LLM tools and chatbots and whatever to interact with this stuff. And the experience ain't great. But I think as we look towards having our AI/ML SIG folks work on building out the tools, building out workflows, and looking at thoughtful integrations of that tooling. Like, for example, one of the things that I've been collaborating with them as Fedora KDE is talking to them about improving our accessibility stack experience in non-traditional ways, leveraging the hardware acceleration support that comes from some of the libraries and modules that come traditionally from the LLM stack people. And so that sort of thing is going to also lend itself towards a direction of where people will want to run these tools, these agents or chatbots or models and things like that, hopefully more in Fedora containers and in Fedora environments rather than some other type of environment. But beyond that, I don't know what else.
I want to jump on it and give an answer for it because I'm involved also in AI projects and everything else, and you cannot trust AI today. Therefore, you need the human in the loop. That's really important, unimportant whether you are using agents, whether you are using chatbots or anything else. If you want to verify that all is running correctly, you need a review or something like that. And therefore, if you want to develop AI in the community and provide AI containers with Fedora Foundation, you need human in the loop for a specific time until all is trained correctly. And that's a real hot requirement.
I just wanted to add something to what Neil said earlier. I think one thing we can do is to focus on making things better for everyone, write better documentation, make our tooling better, and then it, to some degree, doesn't really matter who is actually ingesting that information, whether that's an actual person or an AI agent. So I would rather us focus on things that actually benefit everyone and not specifically on things that are only geared towards systems like that.
Okay, so first I want to thank you, Miro Hrončok, for mentioning that, yeah, the processes needs to update. And the second thing, you said basically that the AI-generated thing is not up to date or might be outdated or anything. I would rather than fighting against that or saying, okay, it's bad, you shouldn't use that, go with path. Let's try to guide the AI engines. Let's try to provide a skill, provide an MCP server, anything. There's like, the skill is super easy to, like, super cheap thing to point it to documentation, explain the situation, and provide that visibly on the Fedora packaging guidelines or anywhere like related. And the models will learn later and will try to like even suggest maybe to the user. I can imagine that, we will see. But I also want to point out one thing which I see missed here. It's not just I will open OpenAI or whatever and type write me for this project a spec file. But the great benefit in it is it is able to guide the user to understand the processes, to understand why it's this way. If you open the documentation for the packaging guidelines, it's huge. It's really hard to find anything there. The AI has a huge benefit in I can spend like 10 minutes on learning something which in documentation take me half an hour to understand.
Yeah, one of the things I was going to add, and this ties in with your question, you know, when the rise of search engines and Google, we had search engine optimization. Are we going to have agent optimization? Yes. So, yeah, exactly. So I don't know that there's not an answer here, but everyone should think, okay, so if somebody types, you know, make me a container that does this and this and this and this, how does the agent decide what container? If you didn't say anything, it just generically picks something, right? There's a reason behind that or a commonality behind that or something in its training data or whatnot. So you know, in order to capitalize on Fedora being used for agents or things like that, or being used in the way that we want them to be used, we're going to have to kind of figure out how do we do that? How do we convey that information? How do we convince the ecosystem to do that sort of thing? And I think the point about the docs is a good one. And I think that's something that maybe we could explore as a project, not a general, you know, somebody asking a question from a general LLM, but having, you know, something on the doc site that says, ask a question about docs, packaging docs, or something like that, which is trained specifically on that as a local model, and et cetera, so.
One thing to add to that, if you read documentation and you find that it's hard to figure out something, we should consider that a bug. And please report issues for that, so that we can actually improve the documentation. And not just have everyone who looks at it be confused and ask OpenAI instead. That doesn't scale.
To follow up on that, to Alexander's point about it being hard to package, let's also try to sit down maybe with Fabio, and we can figure out if we can move this process along. And the same applies to everybody else who has a problem. I think that Flock is an excellent opportunity to sit down and push things along.
Yeah, honestly, usually in open source, like bumping things is kind of considered rude, but with package reviews, that's kind of what you do, and everyone's fine with it. Ask for a review, offer to trade reviews, and that's it.
It's also expected that
Yes.
you do that. It's actually written in our new packager things that, yes, you should just go ask people, just go poke people with a stick. Anyway, the other point I wanted to mention is, you know, with the suggestion of, oh, we're going to run an LLM to give people the ability to do queries and stuff. While in theory that sounds nice, and actually it does kind of sound nice even in practice, I don't think we can realistically afford to do it. It would be extremely expensive, and Fedora runs on a shoestring budget of paper clips and glue. And so I'm sure that the idea of having melting GPUs to run LLM agents even locally to do search queries sounds like fun, but it will also make us go even more broke than we already are. So I don't see that realistically happening basically ever.
And honestly, maybe you can tell that some of us are pessimistic about AI stuff, but if you want to make your thing, like make your thing, and people will use it or people are not going to use it. Like, we approve things that are like fundamental changes in the distribution or that like affect other components, but like this is an open source project where as long as you're not like violating existing rules, you can just make things, you can just do things. So I invite anyone who's interested in exploring how we can, you know, integrate AI into whatever, like maybe it's not something that I'm super interested in, but as long as it's not disrupting other people's work and people are finding value in it, or you find it as a fun hobby project, you know, go ahead.
And hey, if you happen to be a rich person with a pile of servers with a ton of GPUs and you want to run some kind of massive supernatural language processing index of all Fedora website stuff, go for it, have fun, and share it with us.
And I guess I'll also add, someone mentioned making Fedora, or you mentioned also, making Fedora container images more useful. That actually is something that I'm also interested in, and I know there's efforts to do that, and I really would like to see Fedora become the operating system that people do use in CI and that people do use for their container images.
We have about 6 minutes left, because I've just seen Anchor go into a second-hand counting questions, so.
I'm going to go first, right? Okay. So, as a proud user of Fedora, security is always my top priority and concern and everything. Also, I'm super excited about the new initiatives like Hummingbird and etc., which is amazing. Also, I have heard about this little thing as the EU Cyber Resiliency Act, which may affect the whole open source ecosystem, but also I've heard that it can bring some of the really meaningful security improvements to the project. But I'm less familiar with FESCO kind of official procedures and governance and etc. And my question is,
but also I'm talking to people here at the Flock, and a lot of them are interested to actually contribute to the technical improvements, to security, to quality. So the question is, what is the best way how FESCO can help to run or revive initiatives like security, SIG, and everything, so that we can come and collaborate on those improvements together?
Yeah, that's a difficult thing. One of the things that we've learned, or at least that I've learned over the years, is FESCO's power in the organization is to say no to something, right? And that's it. We don't have a team of engineers that we can say, hey, you guys work on this thing. Or sometimes we have FESCO members. We amongst ourselves say, this is important. Can somebody really work on this? But we can encourage people. We can try and fix process, that sort of thing. I think the security SIG has seen an uptick of late. It was very inactive for many years, but in recent months, there's actually folks that are getting involved. There's meetings that take place now. They're actually discussing stuff. They've made a forge tracker, things like that. So that's very encouraging. Another thing that plays into the volunteer part of Fedora is, these SIGs or initiatives show up and they say, we're going to do this thing and everything is great and the project, you're doing really great work, and then the people sort of drift away and there's not as much, it kind of goes inactive again. And that's just, I think, a common problem in a volunteer organization. You can't force somebody to go work on something. And I think also, people see that thing is really active and they're like, oh, they don't need my help. I'll go work on something else. And that's not necessarily the case. So yeah, there's a lot of things that we can try and do to cajole things, etc. But it's a difficult problem.
And to add to this very briefly, I think the CRA is a great opportunity for us because it's cut out for to advertise the work that distributions are doing, actually caring about long-term stewardship. But a group needs to come forward and propose this for Fedora, people who understand the CRA, who understand the distribution and can figure out how to integrate this and encourage everybody else to support that.
I think we have time for one more question, maybe two if you're short.
Just while on this AI topic, just one small thing. Those who are doing all the integration work, please also consider the truly transparent models. The word open source AI is sort of abused by many of these big vendors. They're open weights only, but there are also up-and-coming open source models. Fedora really, I think, should consider, when I say Fedora, those are integrating into it. AI tools instead of just hooking into open AI or closed AI or Anthropic stuff. They're all good, but for the long-term sustainability, you don't know when they'll pull the plug, as we all know. So focusing on, there's this Allen Institute model called Olmo 3. It's not great, but it's something. What they advertise is they open up the entire model flow, what they call, not just the endpoint. So things like this should be explored a bit more. I don't see that much, but I know everybody is sort of strained for bandwidth. Just wanted to add that note.
So one last question.
Yeah, it's not a question really. I just agree with what he said, because basically you have a broad choice of small models that you can use that have open weights. You can use them as embedding models. You can do all kinds of stuff with it. And there is work being done on the backend side where you don't need expensive GPUs. And you can run the model locally. You don't have to pay anyone. You can train it on your own data. You can still update it. The model can be very current. Probably what Hummingbird is doing with retrieval augmented generation, make the model, a small model, really capable running on consumer hardware. That's all.
All of those sound like great ideas. Please go talk to the AI SIG about it. That's their thing. They're interested in that stuff. I've even talked to them before. They're interested. If you are excited about that stuff, go talk to them and work with them on it.
I wanted to make also a comment that we try as FESCO to do the right thing, but I know we often are slow or fail or don't satisfy everybody. But if there is something that should happen, then please reach out formally or informally. And we all want to improve Fedora, so I think we can make things happen.
We have time for one more question. We can squeeze one more in. I don't know who was faster either.
And I want to make a comment about the documentation. I worked 3 years packaging for OpenStack and RDO, so I needed to learn and to read the documentation. But when I talked to my friends and they wanted to start contributing, they felt the documentation, it is too big and it's too confusing, and we have some examples there, but we don't have quick recipes to give them. For example, I teach some of my friends to just bump a package, and they liked it. So we can start having more simple recipes because we want more contributors, but it's hard to start when you read that big document. So that's how I felt as a user, and about all the friends I have around me.
Yeah, I don't know if we have time, but
You know, there actually is a really good documentation talk at 2:30 today. That might be super to get your answers from there. Not that FESCO are not capable of answering, but we're really edging into a new talk time. But 2:30 p.m. in the Opal room, I believe, for docs.
Thank you, everyone.
Yep. Yes, thank you to our FESCO panelists. Thank you to the audience. Thank you to the Matrix Room people. We have 2-3 minutes to swap over to our next talk. If you do want to contact the FESCO reps, they're very active on mailing lists and also in the Fedora Development, Fedora Infrastructure rooms.
Test, test. Oh, there we go. Wonderful. I'm gonna hit my poor hummingbird needs a lot of space. Hummingbird takes a lot of space. No, it doesn't. Oh, thank you, Sean. Ah, it's fine. Leave these ones. All right. Okay, cool. It's awesome to be here at Flock. I'm so happy that Flock is full, overflowing with people, contributors. I mean, this is great. I was here last year, and it's super cool to have it here again. I like this format in the big room. I like seeing everyone. It's a wonderful conference. And today, as you may have guessed, we are here to talk about Hummingbird. My name is Steph Walter. I've been at Red Hat for quite a while, and I lead Linux engineering. I'm a senior director at Red Hat. And so over time, I've worked with so many different parts of our Linux stack and the teams that contribute to it. So you may have heard about Hummingbird, and I'm going to go through the why, some of the what we deliver, and so on. Yesterday, there was a workshop led by Valentin, the mastermind of Hummingbird, where we went into some of the how can we work more closely with Fedora. And so, unfortunately, you have to go back in time to talk about that. But there will be plenty of opportunities to go into details. There's a lot in the talk today. And so I'm going to breeze through things. First of all, why are we doing this? I love following Daniel Stenberg's comments about open source, about the curl project, one of the most used projects, open source projects in the world. And he has been tracking very consistently this change in the pace of vulnerabilities being reported to the project. One of these notes that he had recently was that the AI slop is gone, and we're getting an ever-increasing amount of really good security reports, almost all done with the help of AI. They're submitted at a never-before-seen frequency and put us under serious load. He's since posted other things about this load, very interesting comments following the state of affairs. This is from the Firefox project, where they saw the number of security bug fixes that landed in Firefox over time. The team fixed more security bugs in April than in the past 15 months combined. In the organization that I lead at Red Hat, we've seen a 6x increase compared to last year in the last 3 months of this, So the last 3 months since March, April, May, when you compare them to March, April, May last year, or any 3 months last year, there's a 6x increase. Now, I know not everyone is experiencing this, but broadly, different teams have different amounts of experience of this tsunami. And we know that users are demanding something different from their distribution. How do we know that? Because new distributions are popping up that people are paying a lot of money for in order to get solve the problem of the CVE volume coming that's overwhelming them, the compliance pressure of dealing with all of these CVEs, and the fact that dealing with all of this slows down their innovation, their work on the things they actually care about. So users are saying, solve this for me, I want to pay someone else, and tons of different offerings from different companies are popping up. This is one of the ways that we know this is real. So I also want to compare to Red Hat Enterprise Linux, one of the biggest downstream of Fedora, has prided itself on stability, API, ABI stability, on long life cycles, on things, on judicious and very careful backporting of things so that we do not break existing workloads, on, of course, having a good security story, on compliance with common criteria. The lack of change in RHEL is very highly valued. It's one of the big values. On the other hand, the project I'm here to talk about turns that on its head. What gives? These users value compliance. Near zero vulnerabilities being reported by their scanner.
extreme minimization of the attack surface, upstream proximity, staying as close as they can to the latest in order to get all the fixes. And of course, compliance with things like FedRAMP and FIPS. A large variety of software is available. RHEL tries to have the parts that you need, the parts we can keep stable for a decade plus, whereas here, users are expecting a large variety of software. So, Hummingbird delivers a broad collection of container images that, these are the success metrics, have as few or smallest number of dependencies in them. That's the number of components and packages in a given container image. The fewest number of CVEs, ideally and often 0, including lows. Small size. Freshness, as close in days to an upstream release as possible. And the least amount of interface differences from the existing well-known container of the same type. So you can swap this in. That's like the ports, the environment variables, and so on, all of those kind of spots. And of course, broadly, the total number of images should be high, total number of deployments should be high, and the total amount of automated updates should be high. There's a theme here, and the theme we call it is, if you have to explain it, you've already lost. Why? You can explain why the 100 low vulnerabilities don't actually affect, or not actually even built into your component. You can explain that probably well for your component. You can explain it to everyone in this room. Then they have to go and explain it to the users somehow, who have to explain it to the person who's holding them up for compliance, for, okay, you need to meet these goals there. Who have to explain it to their chief information security officer, or maybe a partner, or maybe a vendor that's using Fedora has to go and explain it to their users. And you can see how it doesn't matter. Once you start explaining, you've already lost. And so for Hummingbird, the goal is no explaining, just 0, just small, just reduce attack surface, as little explaining as possible. So, through Fedora, we take a whole bunch of projects, bunch of components, turn them into containers. We monitor the upstreams using the same mechanisms that you use, that Fedora has. We, of course, correlate it with security events. We scan through what's there. We built these things in a hardened way. And we have a bunch of automation, I'll talk about that more in a second, that builds packages and images and pushes them out. It all gets built with Conflux, builds, tests, scans, produces SBOMs, and continuously publishes this out for people to use. Where can you see this? You can go to images.redhat.com. I should have put a URL or a QR code here, but images.redhat.com, and you can see what's there today. You can look at it. You can see which ones are at 0 CVEs, for example. You can go and look at the vulnerabilities. You can kind of go and touch on all the things that I'm talking about in this talk if you want to go and look at it. Red Hat Hardened Images is the Red Hat product name for Hummingbird. There's more to Hummingbird than just what's on here, more different kinds of images built in different ways against different bases. But this gives you a good taste if you just want to go and see what's there. So, what do we have? We have today we have 51 different big marquee name images, Node.js or Golang or Python or so on. And those have different versions, of course, different supported, major versions of, or the minor versions of Python, for example, minor versions of Node.js and so on. Plus, there's different variants of these images. The first is the default one, where we minimize as much as possible, where they are distroless. That means there's no package manager. In many cases, there's no shell. There's as few dependencies in these images as possible. They're purpose-built for the use case. If you get the Nginx image, it's meant for you to just go and deploy it. In addition, for all of them, there's a builder image that allows you to layer stuff on top of it. So this has a package manager, so you can pull additional content. This has a shell. This has other things like that. And there's a pattern where you can layer stuff on it and create your own distroless minimal image. Distroless is not a term that we invented. It is a term that other people are using. And it's a bit confusing because we pull content from the distro, of course, but the deployment doesn't have the characteristics of the distro. You remove as much as possible from it, so you're only actually deploying the things that you need and not a full distribution, or not the ability to continue to maintain it like a distribution. And most of them have FIPS variants as well, where we allow compliance with FedRAMP and the FIPS criteria, the compliance criteria, and you can of course use these in situations where that's required. So in total then, we end up with, I checked this morning, 868 different tags, once you multiply all of that up together. And this content set should grow. As I said earlier, it's important for people to have as much content in this way rather than as small amount, and it should continue to grow from there. So how are these images different than your container images you may have seen? Minimalism, we already talked about that. They're hardened by default, so of course they're compiled with modern security flags, but they're also scanned with things like SCAP. There's many other steps that we take and we'll continue to add more things to make sure that that when there's a security practice, we'll bring it into Hummingbird. There's, like I said, no DNF or RPM command. They're verifiable, so they have an SBOM. All of them have an SBOM, which is exactly what content is delivered in there. And we prioritize freshness over API stability. And yeah, we didn't, of course, we're here talking about it, we didn't invent all of this. Where does it come from? It comes from the spec files of Fedora broadly. And we're talking about a high percentage, over 90% is the same spec files that are in Rawhide. It's built against a Fedora build root. And then, of course, we test it against the available tests that are available for such images. Now, of course, not all the tests. We don't test that these work on a full system, a virtual machine, or something like that. But we test that these work as containers. And in addition, there's a CVE feed for all of these, for the images in general. So security scanners can report information about them. There's a link there, I'll share the slides later, where you can see the CVE Vex feed. And I want to call out one of the changes that Fabio has proposed in Fedora for adding PURL data to all of the RPMs. This is a really important step for Fedora to be able to understand what is involved in each RPM, where all the pieces came from, and which upstream projects they relate to. And right now, we have to kind of cobble this together in an odd way. This will make a big difference in making sure it's authoritative. We know exactly the content that has gone into the RPMs, and therefore into the SBOMs, and therefore into the CVE feed. So we launched this in May, when we had previews, and none of it was done in secret or in private. People have been able to see and watch our progress the whole time. But we launched this in May for customers to actually use of Red Hat. And the goals, this gives you an idea of the kind of pace that we want to have, is that generally there's a lot of themes around a 24-hour lead time. So a CVE fix that's available upstream should be delivered in Hummingbird in less than 24 hours. That's the goal that we have. And so a lot of it follows from that. Okay, what would we need to do to accomplish that? All CVEs that show up in Hummingbird's feed should roughly be within 24 hours of another source's publication. So we don't want to lag and say, oh, we don't know about this, and therefore, perhaps make the first metric look better. But we want to be honest with our reporting. And of course, making sure that we have accuracy, making sure that all of the, especially high and critical level CVEs found by other sources show up in Hummingbird's feeds as well. And to accomplish that, you can imagine this is really hard. And so there's a high level of automation. The project started after use of AI tooling in your workflow as a developer was commonplace. And so a lot of the development is done with the help of Claude or with Cursor, or with other tools. We have a principle of responsible AI, where all agentic code is human reviewed. However, the code that then is perhaps written by a human or generated by AI may run autonomously. So we push out, sometimes up to 1,000. I haven't seen us go over this too many times, but about 1,000 autonomous merge requests per week. Those are merge requests, let's say an update to a new version of a package, something we pulled, let's say from Fedora or something like that. They show up as merge requests in Hummingbird without a human looking at it, and it passes all the tests, passes all the scans, passes all the builds, it'll go out to production. And that is one of the ways that Hummingbird meets that 24-hour goal. So we, of course, review, as we've heard many people recommend here, the agentic generated code. Once it's reviewed, that code can run repeatedly and do this work. So how does source content flow? As I mentioned, it comes from Fedora. So Hummingbird pulls spec files from Fedora and pulls things from the look-aside cache into its own look-aside cache, so it's there ready to build. We use a monorepo where this stuff is imported into. We have an RPMs monorepo and a containers monorepo. And that's the first place we'll look is Rawhide, pulling content in from Rawhide. We'll track for each update, each vulnerability. We have trackers that show where a fix is available. Is it available in Rawhide? Is it available upstream? Is it not available? And so on. And of course, we'll pull from Fedora, we'll build that, and we'll deliver it within those 24 hours. There's also places where we have to diverge. Perhaps Fedora hasn't updated, a maintainer hasn't updated their package regularly enough. Or maybe they're on vacation. Fair enough, that happens, right? So we'll pull an update, and update the spec file using some of the libraries that Packet has implemented, update the spec file to pull a version from upstream, and then deliver it that way. And oftentimes, it's our goal to automatically create pull requests in Fedora in such a way that it's not annoying, but essentially say, here you go, this seems to work, and propose it to the maintainer as an update. Right now, that's happening manually. We have a big tracker of them, and some of them have been proposed back to Fedora, but hopefully we'll get to the point where that's automated. And yeah, we could use Packet to do that as an example. And then, of course, as Fedora updates, we just switch back to that and keep the diff as small as possible. There's certain things that we also pull from RHEL. For example, the FIPS module, which has been certified by NIST. We pull that from RHEL. And then there's the build route that we build against is a stable Fedora release. And I think we currently do Fedora 43, but we're going to switch to Fedora 44. So that gives you an idea of how this builds off of Fedora and how it's somewhat downstream of Fedora, somewhat next to it. There's give and take there, and we really want these arrows to flow in multiple directions and not just in one direction. Recently, the Fedora Council approved use of the Fedora brand for Hummingbird. And so you're going to hear more about Fedora Hummingbird Linux. And what is that? Right now, we've talked about just the containers for the applications, but many people want to see this for the whole operating system, for the kernel. The kernel CNA issues many different CVE IDs and outpaces tons of other projects. Obviously, it's a big project, but they have a very aggressive approach there. And so many people are worried, okay, I see 1,000 low vulnerabilities in my kernel. What can I do about that? Well, it turns out the only thing you can do is use an updated kernel. So working with Justin and not you, Justin, the other Justin. Where's Justin? There you are. And for a long time, the automation that Justin and others have built automatically updates to various Linux kernel, either the stable branch or Linus's tree kernel versions. That's something that is very valuable work and one of the things we'd like to also make part of this zero CV story. So you can actually go and try that out. This is a demo. This is a proof of concept that was put together. You can go and try it out at that URL. It's a bootc build of the operating system in this way. And the idea is to update it as regularly as possible and actually also make this available to people to use, and depend on when they really want that compliance, when they want that low amount of CVEs. So, in coming back to one of the things that, that Jeff mentioned earlier, I think this is really key, is Hummingbird is not here to force and say, hey, here's absolutely the better way to do things. There's many things we haven't even completed trying out yet. I mentioned the amount of content that we have, 51 different big versions. We need a lot more than that. There's a lot of things that need to be proven out. So I'd like to see, and I think we're proposing, as this goes forward, that Hummingbird goes into the Fedora Innovation Lifecycle Sandbox. And we have that room to experiment and try a different approach. There's a different approach with regards to automation. There's a different approach with regards to a mono repo. There's a different approach with regards to, okay, what content comes via a maintainer? When do we need to pull something directly from upstream? There's all sorts of different ideas here. And we need to actually see this be successful before saying, okay, everyone's workflow needs to change, right? And that is why this is a really cool idea with the sandbox. And I've been open with a lot of the goals that Red Hat has for Hummingbird as well. Why? Because I think it's important that as we look, if you look at the sandbox proposal, there's various criteria for going from stage to stage. And it's very important that we be genuine, that I be genuine, that others be genuine about, hey, this is what it means to have Hummingbird be successful and adopted. Some of those are business goals, some of those are user goals, some of those are technology goals, right? And we even if you're not supporting one of them, you understand them and you know them and we're open about them. And so to go to the curation stage, which is where we then figure out, okay, what good parts do we bring into Fedora, or what Fedora policies apply to Hummingbird and vice versa, that would happen after we are successful or not, right? Or actually do this experiment of, do these things work? So, I hope I've given you a tour of the why of Hummingbird, how it started. There will be many more opportunities for discussion, many places where you can participate in some aspect, or perhaps there's parts of work that you're doing in Fedora that really benefits, and vice versa, the project. And I'm sorry I wasn't able to go too deeply into all the technical details. There was a workshop yesterday, but I hope I've whet your appetite for the space, the reasons for it, and give you the understanding for participating in the future.
Do we want to do applause first or questions first?
Applause.
We have about 5 minutes for questions.
Okay, I'll try and be fast. So I'm curious specifically about Fedora Hummingbird Linux. You use the kernel as an example, but the kernel in Rawhide revs every day, Justin. So is Hummingbird Linux ahead of Rawhide in other packages? Is it ever behind Rawhide? How does that relationship work exactly?
So I think I understood. The question is, are we ahead of Rawhide in some cases?
Are you behind in some cases? Is it
right? So we are ahead in some cases. Like I said, there's a tracker in Red Hat's Jira for all of those cases, and I could pull it up and we can see exactly what they are. And why would we be behind Rawhide in some cases? Well, if there hasn't been a vulnerability or a reason to update, we don't always update everything all the time. So, but you know, if there's a reason to update, it's very easy for the automation to then pick it up and kick off the new build and go for it. Does that make sense, to give you an idea of
Sure,
why?
yeah. So it's triggered specifically by CVEs automatically, and if you wanted to update for another reason, you might have to feed that in manually, or...
Right, and typically there's enough CVEs that, boy, oh boy, like I said, we have, last week was 860, but there's been weeks with up 1,000 updates on, if you think about it, 51 images. That's a lot of updates going, right?
Cool, thanks.
So
Triggering off the CVEs is fine for a lot of packages, I'm sure, but the way that the kernel CNA works is they don't issue CVEs by default until it's already in a branched kernel. So basically every kernel update is a security update, but you're not going to get the CVEs on that for 1 to 2 weeks after, right? So if you're following Greg's tree, I would recommend, which is what the Fedora stable kernels do, I would recommend pulling every single one, because they're all going to have CVEs. We just don't know what they are yet.
Right. That's a good recommendation. And yeah, definitely we'll think about that. It's common for, and it has been somewhat annoying for our product security folks, but now we've come to grips with it, that oftentimes we will have a fix delivered for something before the CVE even comes in, and we have to kind of identify in reverse. So, but yeah, for the kernel, we can probably consider consuming every single one. We'll see.
So Hummingbird can be summarized as a build pipeline that delivers new outputs. And the outputs are great, but the pipeline is also interesting by itself. And I think that all or maybe most of the components of the pipeline separately would be interesting for Fedora packagers already. And independently of Hummingbird graduating out of the sandbox, is it possible to integrate some of those tools like the scanning into the existing infrastructure so that we can take advantage of it?
Yes, absolutely. So, and that was the workshop that Valentin led yesterday. Obviously couldn't touch on every possible angle of that, but that was the goal of it, and we talked about it for in the morning. So there's multiple ways. One is, of course, all of this is open source, so we can work with people to take a piece out and generalize it if perhaps make sure it's in a place that more people can contribute to and reuse. That's one step. The other step is we would understand how to bring participation in so that perhaps for other content, we can do the build for it in Hummingbird. We need to understand how to do that. It's a monorepo, but other projects have been able to work with a monorepo in that way, with participation and ownership. So let's figure that out. We don't know yet, but we're willing to try. And then the third way is we build all of these images not only for the Hummingbird builds, the Hummingbird RPMs, but we also build them, actually this answers your question partly, Adam, against Rawhide packages, just straight up. Like the packages are already built, and we'll build a container against Rawhide. So there's a third way of participating, which is participating in that. Checking, we can figure out, is that a good way to just have the Fedora images be built? So there's all of those ways of doing things. The pipeline itself is built in Conflux, and we've done a lot of work to get Conflux stable and working. Sometimes we feel like we've solved a bunch of the issues that other people had, which is good, because maybe then others who come after have less parts of that to solve. But the scale at which we build is the big win there. So there's another win there, that for some of these things, we have to, those 1,000 merge requests per week will generate 20,000 complex pipelines a week. And the ability to scale into the cloud using Tecton and Kubernetes and all of that allows us to achieve that. So there's another win there that we could benefit from as Fedora. So yeah, lots of areas like that.
Do we have time for one more? I don't know if you have time to answer this, and you probably considered it, but there's a lot of supply chain attacks these days where something gets compromised and a compromised version of a package gets out. Trying to stick Hummingbird to like the very latest, is there a problem or a concern there with that you're going to pull in some kind of compromised thing that only gets noticed, like a day or two later?
So that's a really good question. If we go so fast, what about the wait time? What about the sit time? And yes, I agree, that is a challenge. Actually, so I want to appeal to all of you. I am actually interested in working with someone, perhaps hiring them, to attack the Hummingbird pipeline, to do exactly what you described in a sane way, perhaps a couple of guardrails so we don't actually cause customer damage or something, but actually attack it. And then we have a whole bunch of people who are really smart, including some of you, who've put in security practices, but I don't think they're enough. For the reason you mentioned, but also the reason we're using new technology, we're using agents, we're using all sorts of things. There's new attack vectors. I need someone to participate and make it their well, you can try it out and see if you like it, but then ideally make it your full-time job to literally attack it, and we'll find exactly those problems. All right, thank you all, and have a great flock. Oh, Jeff wants to say something?
Yeah, it's more of a comment than a question. Two things real quick. What he just said about being able to attack it is exactly why I want this in a sandbox.
Yeah.
Because we can really beat on like a new idea and make it really great before we are asked to depend on it. I think that's fantastic. The other thing, talking about can we pick up things, is the other great thing about the lifecycle proposals. Like if there's a piece of this big initiative, this big idea that's ready to go, we can just do a change proposal and get that in well ahead.
Exactly.
Even if 50% of it just doesn't pan out, but 50% does, and it's a valuable change, we can make it a change proposal. This doesn't replace the change proposal process. It gives us a way to do big things, and then when it's ready, pieces can be brought in and integrated.
Oh, one more question. Who wants to wear the hummingbird? Come on, raise your hands. Who wants to wear the hummingbird?
Steph, you should nominate the best question.
Jeff wants to wear, okay, Jeff's gonna wear the hummingbird. Yeah, all right.
Speaking of pizza, just really quickly, lunch is available for everyone today regardless of ticket type. So, sorry about that.
No, great, enjoy your lunch.
Everybody here, these rooms need to be reorganized. So if you can please take all your stuff and go out into the lunch area, that will be very helpful. They're going to split these rooms up for the afternoon talks. So we need you to please leave the area and let them reorganize. Thank you.
This is, excuse me, a damn fine cup of coffee. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret. Every day, once a day, give yourself a present. Don't plan it, don't wait for it, just let it happen. It could be a new shirt at the men's store, a cat nap in your office chair, or 2 cups of good, hot, black coffee. Like this. A present. Like Christmas. Oh, man, that hits the spot. Nothing like a great cup of black coffee.
Okay.
Okay, yes, so we can start. Hi, I'm Christian Lei. I'm from the Fedora CI in this presentation, and I'm joined by not Nicola, but Matthew from Packet team. And we're here to talk about Packet, Fedora, and like what we've done all around. So we're just gonna go straight to the what we're doing with what's Packet and like how it's related to Fedora. And
All right, and I will take over from this point. So we will start describing what Packet does, what it already did, and how we are basically improving on that, and what other responsibilities we are taking over. So we will start by the opt-in features that were the first one that were available. So what can we basically do is automating the releases to Fedora. How does it work? You basically opt in, therefore you need to configure it. So we set up a Packet config, and what we can do is that when we get a notification from release monitoring, we create a pull request that you should check and merge. And apart from that, there are also other features built on top. So after the merging, we can also do the koji builds for you, because that's the annoying part. It's basically a lot of manual steps that can be easily automated, and we also know that a lot of maintainers do have some scripts that automate already. So that's one thing, and also after the koji builds are done, we can also do the body updates. And from probably one of the most interesting features maintainers are interested in are the support for side tags, which is relatively new. It's still a bit painful to deal with them, so even with the automation, it's really hard to work around it. And I guess that's for the opt-in part. So this is not what's automatic. This is your decision to do, and you should also be in control of what's going on. So even if you create the pull request, you should check it. You should be aware of anything that you release into Fedora, because that's your responsibility, right? And there is also this initiative that we're mostly talking about today for this talk, and this is a Packet as a Fedora CI, which is the default. And what it does is that we basically react on the open pull requests in this Git. It was implemented as part of the Fedora change some time ago, and there has been a lot of steps going through. There have been some issues also implementing it, so it's been a long process, but we are slowly there. And we are right now, basically, most of the functionality is implemented. So when you open a pull request in this Git, you can see that you get the scratch builds done, and there's also a lot of TMT plans enabled by default, which is contribution mostly by Christian. So you should check these. They should basically help you with the mundane tasks that you are tasked as the maintainer. So you should be checking those. And following that, how the pieces fall together will be described by Christian.
Okay, so one thing that might be confusing is like putting out like the worst packet and the Fedora CI. Like, how is it all related? Because packet is not Fedora CI is not packet. But basically, you can see like a graph, do what you want with it. The lower parts is what the packet as an opt-in does, like doing all the upstream Koji builds and stuff. And then we upgraded so that it also does something by default, and that is this packet Fedora CI, does the Koji build, and then it runs all of the tests. However, the tests are usually defined by Fedora CI. We have like some tests that are defined in TMT, and then we run RPM inspect, RM devchat, and whatever other tools you would like. We also have some of the more legacy kind of workflows that go through Jenkins, and like that, when you do a body update, then it goes through Jenkins, and then the tests, and then back with all of the same workflows. That is what we have, and that's like kind of the line that we got between the packet, what the packet does, and what Fedora CI does. So packet does all of the communications, is the tool behind everything, and Fedora CI is like more on the glue of like the tests and everything. Yeah. And what we have done more recently. So we have done like a lot of migrations. So we had all of those Jenkins runs that now everything is run on packet, the scratch builds and TMT tests. We also had like some Zool, those are also gone, and everything is migrated. It was not very straightforward because we forgot the ELN scratch builds, but we got them in the end. The more recent one is the changes from Pagger.io. Those also came a bit quite fast, and we just like scrambled, and like now all of the testing farm jobs are also given by Fedora CI as fast as we could. Then there's also like some custom jobs that are done in Forger actions, and we don't plan to touch them for now, or who knows. Yeah, and we've added more tests. So the most recent one and most reliable, I would say, is RM devchat. Thanks very much, Adam, for this. Wait, where's Adam? Okay, thank you. And also license validate for SPADX validations, because we have noticed sometimes the spec file like change and the license is no longer in SPDX. Usually that is available in RPM inspect, but it's better to like have it more visible. Something is wrong. And we're gonna add like some more things like Fedora review and stuff. If you have something interesting, let us know.
Also, from the packet side, I think that has been enabled maybe 3 weeks ago. We have a log detective integration, which is also kind of a collaboration with the log detective project, which basically what it can do, it takes the logs from the failed builds, as you can see on the screenshot. So we have a failed scratch build for rawhide. So it takes the logs and tries to summarize the issue. So you can, instead of digging through loads of logs, you can just see a summarized description of what the issue might be. Sometimes, of course, you will have to dig in, but, well, you don't have much choice, right? So you can also see the example from the dashboard on how the final result looks. So it keeps some analysis reference for the log detective, also the ID of our job, and then the explanation, which, well, looking at it looks quite readable to me, instead of the long lines in the logs. And we intend to expand this support and integration further. And let's go into the future. So what are we planning? And this is one of the discussions that happened yesterday. So there was also the proposal to discuss if we can do something like a PR-based gating for Fedora. I'm not sure what was the outcome of this discussion because I joined today, so maybe Christian can provide some context.
I can like probably summarize. We had quite heated discussions, let's put it like that. But we've come to an agreement that we'll try to do it everything step by step. And the first step would be to bring more of what we have with Bodhi and try to make the PR jobs more reliable. We'll probably do first some change proposals to describe what we've heard in that workshop and then get some more feedback. So keep your eyes out and we'll see how things evolve. Yeah, and again, more tests. Please come to us. So we're trying to make everything as easy as possible. So we have one repository. You can describe what test you have, just to be a TMT test. And we will try to bring it in step by step. And hopefully you won't have to deal with anything that is ready to packet, just on the Fedora side, and everything will be smooth. Let's see. And another idea that came when we were looking at Fedora review is to have a way to have less configuration files, because we have a lot, RPM inspect, RPM lint, packet, everything. I don't know if you like to have all of these in the package. Personally, I like how by project Toml does it, and it's only one file. But this is opt-in, so I think would be nice, but would also be interesting for others to pitch in and gather some feedback. So far, we have the feedback that they want to have the opposite. Yeah. And Jenkins. For those who know Jenkins, then we know why we don't like it. Anyway, for the user, at the very least, sometimes you see this kind of page, but you don't know okay, how it felt, how do I navigate? Hopefully we can get rid of it. So that's on our agenda. And monitoring. Greg is not here, but maybe through the camera. Hi, Greg. Thanks for everything. We hope to get all of this kind of monitoring and get notifications on the metrics, and then if things are getting too out of hand, then we can know a bit sooner. Right now, it's everything. The monitoring site is what is monitoring? So it's just this. So hopefully we can get it soon. Yeah. And
all right, so if you want to get involved, the best thing to do is to open up a discussion. We have a public metrics channel. We also have a lot of issue trackers, especially for Packet. We have a lot of repos, so there are many places to open the issues. Right now, we don't really have much bandwidth for feature requests and that many improvements, but we are open for community contributions. On the other hand, we would pretty much like to discuss those beforehand, because there are also some PRs that sometimes get open and have questionable quality. So yeah, it's better to discuss it before just jumping in and wasting your time in case it doesn't align with our vision of what we are trying to achieve, or it's not really going in the right direction. I'm not sure if you have something to add to that.
No, just we have in the matrix channels, contact us there. We have a discourse. Wherever it is more comfortable for you, just get to us and let us know what to do better. And lots of questions. So, okay, Carolina, do we have mics or do I give the mic? That's easy.
Thank you. I'm a huge fan of CIs, as you may know, because I open also issues to CI repos. My question is, so great work, thank you. Improve on that. That's great. That's all of it is great. Do you have a single repository where we can send our issues to? Because there is quite a lot of jobs. There are scratch builds, tests, license validate, and so on. I find it hard to find the proper place to open an issue to. So if there was one place to have user issues, that would be great, or some other easily discoverable place.
So yes, there is, but I forgot to put it on the slides. Sorry. So hopefully everybody knows about the Forge page. Then just go to CI and tickets. Just any questions you have, put it there, and then we'll find out where to put it afterwards.
Also, we will try to update the slides and include the link there.
Hi. So you had mentioned that there wasn't really room or resources to work on some features, but I'm curious, is there like a list of like, you know, if you guys did have the resources now, what were the things that you would immediately want to work on? And what would some of them be now to help pique interest in the room for people who would want to take a crack at them?
Yeah, as for the package, right now we are kind of shifting our focus towards agentic handling of the CVEs. So that's the primary focus right now, and therefore there's less people focused on packet itself, because as you could probably see from the start, there are multiple moving parts. Like the packet is also the upstream automation, it's also the downstream, and then there's also the Fedora CI part. So it kind of splits the people in between those separate parts of the project. So yeah, like the focus is right now definitely on maintaining the packet working and implementing what we promised for the Fedora CI. I hope that answered the question.
And just a short comment, like in the same CI tickets, or probably in the project, you would also find the project view and like what are our near-term goals and like long-term ones that we are trying to work on. So we could probably comment on those if you're going to get involved, and then we'll kind of guide you if there's any need.
Hey, let me start by saying that this is getting better every day, and I thank you for that. Like, I remember when the only CI we got was like push it and see if it builds. That was the CI, and it's getting better. Like, it's still sometimes frustrating when the jobs are failing and you don't know why, but thank you very much for improving this.
Thanks a lot.
My two questions about improvements. First, when the job runs or fails, I want to be able to click it and go to the failure. I am overwhelmed by Ansible gibberish I don't understand, and finding the problem or seeing where the tests are now, like, oh my God, why the test is running for 2 hours? What's happening? I want to click the log and see that it's stuck somewhere. This is really hard. And being able to see it, like it happens, I don't know, in GitHub Actions, for example. You click it and you see where it is, and you see what it is doing from your perspective, not from the infra perspective. That would be awesome. And another thing is it possible, once we migrate to 4.0, to generate feedback from the CI jobs for particular lines? So for example, you would run RPM inspect or RPM lend or Fedora review, and it would say, on line 27 of the spec file, you have a mistake, and the UI would actually like display it there. Is that, I think it should be possible. I don't know if it's important, but it would definitely be really cool. So just, I see your face, so the first thing was more important than the second.
I mean, how much do you like Log Detective? Maybe that would be the place, let's see.
Log Detective, like deciphering what it is telling me is slower for me than reading the failure in the log, so I don't much. But it's a cool idea anyway.
Implement. So there is an attempt to sort of fix this. If you look at the RPM inspect is a good example, because when you look at an RPM inspect result, it gives you a kind of HTML view with a table at the top. And that's a generic feature in testing forum, like any test can potentially generate an HTML like that. And we've added them for some more, right? Like Mini TPS has them. Right now there seems to be a bug where it's not getting shown immediately when it should be, and I know Christian's looking at fixing that. So yeah, we are trying to fix it.
But like
getting the exact line would be a bit difficult.
Yeah, I would just get back to the question from you. Yeah, like if we had the bandwidth, definitely a lot of like UX, usability stuff, like we are aware that things can be improved. Like functionally, I think we are on a good level. But yeah, there are some tickets also from Miro about like per architecture displaying of jobs or like displaying right away if one of the architecture fails and this kind of stuff. So like lots of small issues. Like Christian is doing a lot of great work into like putting stuff into the shared repo, like the plans. But I'm sure he would enjoy if he had like someone to help him with that.
Yeah, maybe just to reduce the worries that like there was like a term called like maintenance. It feels like, yeah, you're going to deprecate it soon. No, it's basically like, I would call it like active maintenance and slow moving forward, because yeah, we need this to work. We would like to like push this forward. So we might have like a reduced capacity, but still we see value on that. So no worries on that front. Yeah, and maybe there was this mention about like the gating discussion from yesterday. So if anyone is interested, we would like to probably continue this discussion as part of Fedora CI/CD, which is kind of being resurrected. Actually, the discussion between me, Christian, and Adam being published. So we will probably provide some info if anyone wants to join us, and we would like to slowly move things on.
We would love to have more people. It's great
to
come to this conference and see a room full of people at this talk, because it's me and Christian and Kajitek on a video call every week. And we're like, does anyone care? Does anyone notice? Apparently you all do, so it's great.
Yeah. And if we can like, we can definitely provide any support if anyone does not know how to maybe contribute. We can definitely guide it.
Do I still have time? Okay, one more note. So I noticed when a packet creates a body update, it's created under the packet name. So I assume it means that the package maintainer is not subscribed to that body update. I don't know if you can confirm or not. And so it means that whenever a user submits feedback to body, it's dev null. The maintainer doesn't know. And then that makes me sad, because we QA try to convince people to actually, put more feedback to body updates. So is there some plan to improve this somehow?
Yes, we are aware of this problem, and if I recall correctly, we should have somewhere in documentation a page where you can configure the notifications from Fedora messaging bus, I think. So there is definitely a way to get to those.
Okay, if it could be done automatically by default, somehow maybe patching body, adding some default CC or something, that would be awesome.
Yeah, that's a very good point, and actually we know about it. Sadly, not all the services along the line are able to let packet act as on behalf of the user. So there is not a simple way how we can act as another user, maybe picking like a main maintainer or something like this. So we would like to, but there are like these missing features on multiple levels. So we need, currently it would be also nice if we can prepare the notification, maybe set up for people to realize or something like that, or at least make it like click and you have like this URL, all the filter or something like that. Yeah, but good point.
And I mean, definitely, like if you have ideas of how we can solve this, we know it's an issue, but we also don't really know how to do it right now. Like, give us some feedback or like ideas. That will help a lot.
We are out of time. Thank you very much.
Did I understand correctly that the question was for
kind of needs presentation mode. It's going to be easier. I think we can do it on our. So we do whatever you want, and we can, continue.
Sorry, I didn't. Představíte se?
Můžeme se představit, jo.
Tak děkuji. I will just need it for questions at the end.
Okay, so I hand it over.
No.
back to you.
Now you can talk both, but at the end, for the questions, I will need this.
Oh, of course, yes, of course.
Má tohle už fungovat, ta věc? Má to už fungovat?
No, já doufám, že jo.
Nic to nedělá. Even HDMI is not enough.
Yeah, because it is Mac.
Yes, it's shit.
They seem to have the power cords here. If it's not working, we'll use mine. They have the power plug. Is it your screen?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Is it working? No?
Yes, it's working now. I just need, to. Oh, I hate this.
To put it to another screen. Black magic. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Okay, maybe we can do it this way, and then you will see it over there. It's over there. The
Oh,
slides.
yeah. Now it's all working. Okay. Shall we start? Shall we start? All right. Let's keep it going. Good afternoon, everybody. We're so happy to be here. And thanks for surviving over the lunch and coming here for this presentation. Yesterday we had a workshop about the CRA. Today is going to be more a talk, but you will have the chance to ask your questions at the end. And we're going to talk about the EU Cyber Resiliency Act and how it affects communities and why you're actually safe and how stewards can help. My name is Roman. I work for Red Hat. I'm leading open source security strategy.
Okay, so hi, I'm Miroslav. Old timers maybe remember me because long and longer time ago, I used to be Fedora program manager. So I spent a lot of time on Fedora. I'm really glad that the compliance things brings me back to community. I wouldn't never imagine that. So that's interesting. I now work in product security. Our new name is Governance, Risk and Compliance Team. And I do a lot of these crazy CRA kind of like stuff.
Yes, that's crazy, but before diving into the craziness, we prepared some questions to you just to hit up a little bit and get a sense of the audience. The first question would be, have you heard about the EU CRA? Wow, that's a lot.
So that's actually interesting thing that we will talk about it later. That CRA is not applicable to open source, but from my personal experience, it looks like open source community is more engaged in CRA and more interested in CRA than actual manufacturers that will be or will need to be compliant with CRA. So there was this recent survey by the OpenSSF, the Security Foundation, that among the manufacturers, and it's actually getting worse. Every year the results are worse than before. So only still 66% of surveyed respondents are not familiar with CRA, and I will tell you later that it's actually quite scary thing, because CRA is coming, and it's coming earlier than anyone anticipated.
Yeah, that's an interesting statistic. You can scan the QR code and download the full report if you would like. Now, do you think you or your projects have some CRA obligations? Okay, yes, a few hands. That's a good one. And finally, do you want your project to be at a good quality, widely adopted by users and have good security practices? Woo! Well, in the good room. Thanks for answering these questions. We're going to dive into some topics, but it sounds like it's going to be useful for a lot of folks here. Now, I mentioned we did a workshop yesterday, and I do understand that not everybody with this room participated in yesterday's workshops. That's why we actually here decided on last minute, like a couple of minutes ago, to pull into some takeaways from yesterday's workshops. The actual takeaways are here on this part, but to summarize them in the more printed characters. So the takeaways are, there are no fines for stewards and maintainers are out of scope, but users, adopters, and manufacturers expect the CRA readiness from open source projects and Fedora specifically anyway. So that was the one of the takeaway. The second one is the time is now, right? If we wanted to improve security posture and wanted to think about the CRA and about adopters of our open source projects and of Fedora, we need to act now. Standards and practices are built at this very moment by community, by industry, by policymakers, and we urge everybody to actually join these efforts to help and to build that's something that would be useful for all of us, right? But not just wait on the sidelines until somebody else makes decision how we should act and how we should do. And finally, CRA, yes, everybody probably or hopefully after yesterday's workshop got, yes, the CRA is coming, this is not something we can prevent entirely. And the question was, we don't understand what exactly we need to do, and how we can contribute on health Fedora security and CRA efforts. The honest answer and the takeaway of the workshop is we actually neither. So we don't know as well. We need to figure that out together. And there are some links about the work that is happening on the Fedora specifically to figure out how to do security better, how to do CRA better. But if you have any more questions, join the work on these tickets, and also you can reach out to us by these emails if you want to learn more or if you want to help. So that was takeaways.
Okay, maybe I will add one more thing before I will jump to next slide is that we actually plan, to be as involved in Fedora as possible. So we are thinking about making a change request and whatever, is needed, to make it super transparent what we want to do and how we, like to achieve it. So if you have any, other ideas how we can, communicate it to the community, what we want to do, please, let us know because it's also super helpful insights. So yes, this is for yesterday's workshop, and thank you again, whoever participated there. If you weren't there yesterday, maybe you can leave the room now because I will repeat a little bit, about, what CRA is about. But it's great, that everyone, understands CRA already. So basically, the main idea of the regulation is to, how it's said here, is to safeguard European customers. Our consumers. So this is all about consumers, about you. So you probably know how many different IoT devices you have at home that are coming from some countries that might not be friendliest countries. And have you seen updates for these IoT devices? Not very often. Like you just buy something, you will never see any update. Doesn't matter if it's a security update or not. So basically the world goal is Cyber Resiliency Act is to establish the essential cybersecurity requirements. It's actually called essential requirements in the legislation for companies that operates in the US. Basically, thing is called products with digital elements. It's a very nice way how to say it's software without saying it's software. So yes, PDE is what you are looking for. The legislators obviously doesn't know our terminology. So yeah, we are talking about product with digital elements. And the main goal here is to first reduce vulnerabilities in the products, as I mentioned it earlier, And then another thing that wasn't very, common in the past is also the life cycle of the products on the market. So we are calling this, placing product on the market. Basically, when you, release thing, it's placed in the market. And that means there will be mandated minimal amount of support you actually need to, provide to your support. Oh, thank you very much. And of course, the last thing, yeah. And the last thing is like, okay, okay, we have time. Perfect, thank you. Because our colleague, tried to, remove us from this stage, but and save your time. And yeah, so there are, different, scopes and roles, and I will talk about it later. And very interesting part about this is the compliance question, because it's all about compliance. I work for compliance team. So, European Union knows how to fine companies for doing wrong things. In terms of CRA, we are talking about fines up to 50 million euros or 2.5% of global revenue. That's actually, could be significant for, I don't know, companies like this company Roman has on the t-shirt, or there are even, bigger companies with, huge revenue. And why I, said it's not a good idea that people do not know, actually manufacturers do not know about CRA. The first obligations are coming in September, this September. That means, you have like last 2 days of June, then you have summer holidays, and we are in Europe, so it's been like 2 months of nothing, and everyone will be at vacations, and then the obligations will be there for manufacturers. And 66% are not aware of CRA. And the CRA will be fully in effect after December 2027. And it's expected the regulators will be ready. They are saying that we will be ready the day one. So yeah. Okay, and now I will talk a little bit more about what the products with digital elements are, and what categories of products of digital elements we have. So there are 3 categories, actually, in reality 4 categories. The first category is, this default category. That means for the standard consumer devices, toys, and simple devices, and so on. It's expected 90% of all products will fit into this category, the default category, and I will talk later what does it mean to be in this category. Then we have another category, so it's this important class 1 products. For important class 1 products, it could be the most important for us operating system. Fedora is operating system. There are things like web browsers, password managers, smart home devices, and similar things. The thing about these category is, in the first category, you need to comply with so-called essential requirements, some, like basic requirements what every product should, comply with. In this category, you will, need to comply to so-called a vertical standard. So I'm in a group in Etsy who's writing these standards, and we are, with Lukáš and help of, some other folks, we are trying to define how operating system should behave from security perspective. Then another category is this important category class 2. So here you can have firewalls, hypervisors like KVM in our case, and so on. Again, these products need to comply with the vertical standard written for this vertical. However, the attestation or not attestation, the compliance needs to be done through a third party, so-called notified bodies. So you have to pay money to someone who will go through your product and then will give it a stamp. And the last one, and hopefully nothing for us in software world, but for some people, let's say in hardware with smart cards and things like that, there is this critical category. I actually don't think it's possible to be compliant with this critical category because it requires so-called EUCC common criteria like framework here in Europe. That's completely incompatible with CRA. So good luck, guys, with products in critical category. I don't know what you will do, but basically you will not be able to place your products in the EU. Okay, and why we are talking about this? So, yes, we are open source. For open source, CRA is basically essentially no op. However, yes, we care about these categories. It counts. I told you about these standards, so we will be affected in some or other way through these standards. Again, I will repeat myself, open source community cares. So for example, on these standard scores for operating system, it's us from, let's say, Red Hat Fedora world. There is a lady from Debian, people from SUSE, so it's amazing because we care in open source community. And yeah, so what does it mean from compliance? Basically, I tried, to put it in, like nice picture. So these, CRA invaders, basically the idea is like you want to shield yourself as much as possible from all regulators that, may come to you and ask, stupid questions, why, did you do this and that. So there are multiple levels, and I call it layered CRA security because there are multiple ways how you can achieve the compliance. So the most essential part are so-called essential requirements. Basically, things that are written in legislation. You can, go to European Union website and download the text, and you will see it in the annex, in so-called Annex 1. And it's written there how you should, you can ask me later, what are the essential requirements. Then there is something that's called Module H. Module H will theoretically, give you assumption of conformity for everything you do by doing some process kind of audit of your company. And then there are a few things like Module A. Module A is for the self-assessment for the default category. Open source attestations, a big question, in open source community because some projects, believes that these attestations can be then sold to vendors, and get some, profit to open source world. On the other hand, some people like us are afraid that, this will, put liability under CRA back to open source. And Module B+C is for the standards, the class 2, and EUCC is basically common criteria certification I told you about already. Okay, so what else do we have? Yes, what's out of scope? So use of your own products. Basically, you have your internal tooling, you don't have to care about CRA. You have a product that's under development. So let's say alpha, beta, releases, research, whatever. You are out of scope until you place this product in the final version, the GA version on the market. Then some products may be covered by some other legislations or regulations. So for example, in the automotive industry, they have their own safety related regulations, but maybe infotainment might again fit under CRA. So it's never super super medical, aviations, whatever. Then software as a service, out of scope for CRA, with one big but. It's so-called RDPS, Remote Data Processing Solutions. It's still being defined what RDPS means, so stay tuned. There is the Annex R, I believe, written in Etsy that explains what remote data processing is. And then the most important thing, and again, I will tell you again, you can leave, because for free and open source software, if you do not place your open source project into the market and it's not a commercial activity, again, another gray zone, what's commercial activity? Because you can imagine there are thousands of ways how you can monetize your open source projects or get funding, whatever, one will talk about it later. So, and I don't know, like area. Yes, so these are the official CRA guides and FAQ by the European Commission. As for the so-called CRA guidelines, these were promised to be available early summer. Just today I heard it's not going to be early summer, it's going to be more like the September-ish time frame, because European Union was surprised. But so how many comments they received? And it was like over 2,000 institutions, organizations, companies, and foundations responded with very thorough feedback on this guidance. So yeah, it will take probably some time. There will be another round of reviews because substantial changes are going to be made in this guidance. Okay, now these are these things you can expect to receive as open source maintainer over time from your friendly manufacturers who didn't read the regulation and they don't understand that you are not regulated by CRA as open source projects. Yeah, these are like requests, queries, surveys, how manufacturers are trying to do their due diligence with the open source projects, and how you comply with CRA, that you should provide the proof of compliance with CRA. It's actually interesting that recently, one friendly open source project reached out to us with Roman, and they said, hey, we received this question coming from European Union. If we open source one European Union agency, very known one, the security one, if we are compliant with CRA, so if even the European Union agencies do not know what's written in the regulation that open source projects are not in scope of this regulation, you can expect, more vendors, coming to you and sending you these, crazy emails asking for proof of compliance. Yeah, so, and very often impossible timelines, asking for information that you don't have to provide. So yeah, what does it say? It's simple. Open source maintainers owe you nothing. If you are open source project, you don't monetize it, you can always respond, sorry, I don't care. But we will later talk about in this talk that we care, we should care, and we should be very very loud and show this to the world that open source cares about security, open source cares about resiliency. Okay, and now we'll be talking a little bit about the important roles in CRA. We are using this terminology through this talk, and so yeah, manufacturers are the natural or legal person who develops the PDE. Basically, we call these people vendors up until now. So now we use this longer term. So these will have most obligations, like 99% of obligations will go to manufacturers. They will have the liability, all the fines, showing the compliance to several bodies, so they are so-called market surveillance authorities that will be established in all 27 member states of the European Union. So you can imagine that each country may have a little bit different requirements on you as a manufacturer. Then European Union, they are actually governed by smart guys, and they know if you put obligations to manufacturers, someone will say, hey, we are just importers, we don't care, or we are just distributor, we don't care. So under this new legislative framework, it actually goes down to the user. So if your manufacturer will say, I'm not liable, then distributor is. If distributor will say, importer is. If importer will say no, even you as a users can be ultimately responsive. Nobody will go to your doors and knock, but it's like a way to disallow all workarounds, like we don't want to do something. Interesting call, one of the first calls about CRA was a representative from one smartphones company. He said, and what if we will ship our phones without any software to European Union? Are we still under these manufacturers' obligations? Well, first, try to sell your phones without any software. I think, users wouldn't be very happy, to, receive a box with nothing. But also, once you put a bootloader that will just, load that, operating system. You are under CRA, sorry guys. And then, others are, the developers, contributors, and maintainers to open source projects, again, out of scope unless you monetize it. And now I will, let Roman talk about the most important one from, Fedora perspective, and is the open source stewards.
Thank you, Jaroslav. Now, there's another role, is open source software steward. It's actually the first time when we see this kind of role included in the regulation worldwide. This is a novel thing. And open source software steward, those who provide sustained support for open source projects, but not a manufacturer. You can think about the foundations like Linux Foundation, Eclipse, Apache, and Python, and others. But also there are big companies. Like our company, I'll be talking about later about examples, but also the Google for Android, and et cetera, et cetera. So those who actually support open source software, which is not monetized directly. To put it in a simple picture, let's see, so then in our case, Red Hat is manufacturer for RHEL, Red Hat Enterprise Linux, which is operating system we sell for money on the European market to our customers and partners. So we are a manufacturer. Now there is a Linux kernel, right, which is under the stewardship of the Linux Foundation. They don't sell Linux kernel, but they do care about it, right? They support this. So they steward. And Fedora and CentOS. Interesting for today's discussion, because Red Hat is going to be a steward for these projects as well, because we don't monetize them, we don't take money, but we do support them. Right? So this is how all of these open source related roles are all on the one picture. And as you can imagine, the supply chain could be super long, right? About all of these things. Talking about the maintainers, Jaroslav pointed very well that maintainers owe you nothing, and that we need to preserve and that we need to cultivate and spread awareness of. We still don't have the official things about the monetization, but this is the simple diagram that's supposed to be true. You can read it from left to right, starting, okay, if you're contributing to the projects that you don't maintain, like you work for the company or you're just individual contributor, you're out of scope, whatever. Like whatever happening with projects, you're not affected. If you're a maintainer and you do not take money for anything at all, you're out of scope, whatever happening with the project. If you're a maintainer and accept some donations that's covering the actual costs, you're also out of scope completely. Even if you charge for support for some services or data, you can be in scope. You still can be out of scope, but this is kind of the indication that you might be in scope. If everything else, you at least as an individual, you have no obligations, not at all. Now, a few indications, as we see now from the implementation acts, from guidance, and from the CRA text itself. Those are indicators of non-commercial activity, right? Like developing FOSS without monetization, or receiving donation that cover the actual costs, or being employed to contribute code to a FOSS project if you just work for the company, publishing open source repos. Even if you do paid support for projects that you don't monetize but only provide the services with some caveats, you're still supposed to be out of scope as you're not a manufacturer, you're not place the product on the market itself. Now those are indicators how you can be treated as a manufacturer, and I think that will be helpful for all of us here in the room who connected to open source, who are contributors and maintainer, what to watch out, right? Charging a price for the software, definitely, placement on the market, monetizing via the platforms, like if you build some platforms around it, it's also monetization, requiring personal data processing, also explicitly mentioned the CRA as in scope if you process personal data and even if you don't take money for it. Donations exceeds the actual cost of living, of development, of how they call it fair remuneration in the area that you live in. If it's exceeded, it could be treated as a taking profit beyond the actual costs. And the last one is very actually nice one. It is charging for security updates. One of the CRA requirement is providing security updates free of charge for 5 years. For the projects since it's placed on the market, with some of the exceptions and nuances, but the general rule is here. And if you charge for security updates, that could be treated as the also in scope as a CRA, because it's essential requirement. And if you charge for essential requirement, you're supposed to be like a manufacturer, so the full obligations may be applicable to you. So this is what to watch out.
I will summarize it in this way. If you buy Volkswagen from your open source contributions, you are okay. If you buy Ferrari, you are probably not okay.
Well, this is unfortunate. I want to drive Ferrari at some point. Okay. Now, those are the questions that I personally frequently asked, and a lot of other folks around asking, am I subject to CRA if I earn a living from the open source project, right? Can a solo maintainer be considered as somebody else, like a steward, and therefore have some obligations? Does the popularity of my open source project expose me to CRA regulation? Say, I mean, that my project is super popular, and how did Daniel call it, like in billion devices installed worldwide? Am I automatically in scope because I'm super important guy? How can I communicate I'm not subject to CRA? What exactly I need to do to let others know? Those who harassing me, right? Those manufacturers and other companies, and so on and so forth. And I would say you're not alone with these questions. I also ask these questions. A lot of folks also asking these questions. And one of the avenue where we actually get answers to these questions is the Eclipse org working group. It's org. That's why this little org picture over here. You can join. You can check out the FAQ. There are some of the questions already answered by with the best knowledge of the community. But also you can contribute with your questions and ask these questions so to get answers. So you're not alone on this journey. Why Red Hat? I must include this slide because, again, why we Red Hats talking about this and investing actually into the CRA and security and everything. First and foremost, because we're a manufacturer, we sell our software for money in the EU, so we are in scope. Then we are open source software steward for Fedora including, but also for a number of other projects. We support them, we substantially support them. And now Red Hatters, like many of us here, are contributors to the open source projects, right? So we kind of affected by it. And therefore, we decided not to kind of sit at the sidelines, but lead these activities in open source communities, but also in EU standardization bodies, like Yaroslav, myself, and a couple of others included into standardization efforts, and talk directly to the Commission and to other authorities to make sure the open source ecosystem is kind of healthy, right? And we have a good practices included into these guidances. Now, going a little bit deeper into the steward and why we're here talking to Fedora community about this. The stewardship is not really a choice, right? When we thought about that, okay, you know, you can be steward, you cannot be steward, but if you read the definition, it is the matter of providing the substantial support, which could be technical, which could be non-technical, but if you do all of these things, you are falling under definition of the steward. Therefore, Red Hat is a steward for Fedora specifically because we do all of these things as the company. Now, Yaroslav mentions that almost all the obligations are for manufacturers for the commercial activity and all the fines for manufacturers. The stewards have some obligations and they have so-called slight touch regime. They're not supposed to be fines for steward, but it's kind of overruled now or attempting to be overruled by some individual countries, but they have significantly less obligations, which is true. And there are essentially the 5 of them here on the slide. Implement cybersecurity policy, encourage secure development practices for open source projects. They are stewarding, then cooperate with authorities. And the most important piece is report actively exploited vulnerabilities and severe incidents to ENISA, Cybersecurity Agency for Europe, and to local CSIRTs in EU countries they are operating. So those obligations are on the manufacturers, but we need your help. That's why we're here. That's why we're talking to you, to Fedora community, because Red Hat, yes, is a steward for Fedora, and we, of course, committed to ensure sustainability and help the project move forward with the best security practices, essentially, because the CRA, as you will see on the next couple of slides, is all about the good practices at the end of the day. Full CRA compliance follows downstream, and on the downstream commercial products, in our case, such as RHEL, and this is covered by us as a manufacturer, but Fedora is different, right? And we need to work together to make sure we do right things and meaningful things. Therefore, we are introducing 6 Red Hat stewardship principles, right? And this week we released the CRA stewardship guidebook or playbook. You can access it freely and openly. This is a rather big document outlining how we approach the stewardship, what we think, how we work with communities. But in essence, there are 6 principles, as you can see on the slides. We understand that all communities are different, and we just can't, and you know, it's unnatural, right? To say, you know, we are Red Hat, we need to put the hammer down. This is not the approach that we're taking. We listen first and act second. We prioritize security first improvements over some of the paperwork and checkbox and exercise, which may need to be done, but still security first is the main goal. Developer-centric approach, because otherwise it's not gonna work. Minimizing disruption for the current operations. Yes, we have this timeline that Yaroslav alluded to, but we need to make sure that we're not disrupting, right, at the same time. We Red Hat committed to provide gap-filling support for those practices that may be missing with our guidance, advice, resources, and whatnot, and diversity, of course. We wanted to approach all the communities on your terms, right, and work within your frameworks and etc. For some of the communities, Fedora included, we take the champion stewardship approach because we think that Fedora, that's the whole world is running on Fedora, right? It's like arguably there was one of the important piece of open source software out there, isn't it? So that's why it's super important to keep it running and to keep it robust, high quality, and etc. That's why we're taking extra steps and taking extra investments from our company to support open source projects like Fedora. Now we realize that the partnership is the only way to go. As I mentioned, we are approaching different upstream communities that we are steward for, Fedora included. You can check, this is all the public issues that are happening, discussions about the Fedora stewardship, and we outlined our proposal, and we actually come with the proposals and with a few options, provoking you guys to kind of comment on that and actually say, you know, that makes sense or it doesn't make sense or it's something need to change, and you know, throw some ideas how we can approach all of these things. So that's all transparency and nothing else. And we do it for Fedora, we do it for Ansible and for a number of other projects in the same way, right? We're not putting the hammer down again. We're talking with the communities and we committed to do so as we move forward. Now, guidelines for projects. I mentioned that we have our guidebook, what exactly we kind of need to do to approach the CRA readiness. And I hate to call them requirements because compliance is boring. Security is exciting for me, but I'm a strange person, right? I'm doing security for 21 years and still like it. It's kind of not normal. So, but what exactly we need to do? And again, it's outlined in our stewardship playbook, but in the nutshell. First of all, that we call light requirements or bare minimum requirements coming out of the CRA that we need to implement. This is security policy and security MD file as the excerpt or the short expression of the security policy for discoverability purpose and also to communicate to whole world that probably who wanted to report about vulnerabilities or connect Fedora on the security issues, it should be clearly stated in the repos within the discoverable file, short and concise, and the rules, right? Also, this is important to shield actually Fedora maintainers from some of the unnecessary reports. So this file contains the short, like, how to report vulnerabilities, how to interact, what we as a community care and what we not, so that we are not obligated to react to everything, but to only things that's important. Now, some of the policies we need to also figure out, and the good news is Fedora is doing a tremendous job with the documentation already in place for some of the security practices. We need some help just to adjust it to the kind of CRA sense and language to some extent, but in the nutshell, it should be all very nice. So incident response, because we, as a Red Hat, need to report all these things, actively exploited vulnerabilities and severe incidents, to ENISA. So we need this to be done. Now, other practices included just the good security practices, which is kind of makes sense. I keep saying that the CRA actually did not invent anything brand new in security, maybe besides the CE marking for software. If you can pull out your phone or your laptop or a printer, if it's made in Europe, it's a little CE like sticker on it. We yet to understand how to get the stickers to software, right? Now, but everything else is actually just a good security practices, right? SBOMs, release documentations, branch protection if you don't want it to release straight away to the main without review, right? I mean, there are a lot of issues about this license files and sign-in commits may be an option, etc., etc. So the good security practices, how engineering practices, right? How security should be done for the projects. And yes, Red Hat takes care of reporting to ENISA, and reporting starts almost now. Now, open source maintainers. I want to talk about this for 1 minute. So, as we mentioned, open source maintainers have no obligations, but what if I want my project to be widely adopted and to implement all of these security practices? How can voluntarily do this job? And there are a number of things that you might look at. First of all, this is so-called OpenSF security baseline, which is basically the framework around the security practices that I just mentioned as an examples, like branch protection, CI/CD hardening, SBOMs, enable your dependabot if you can, and etc., etc. I mean, all of these things that you may think of that just good engineering practices, and they're spanning all the domains. Actually, it's not only about security, but also it's documentation clear. It is quality on the high level, and etc., etc. Another thing is the maintainers guideline that we helped to create and then donated to Linux Foundation OpenSSF that outlines basically the short excerpt of these practices related to the CRA. Now, how to react? We promise you a little bit to, if you're a maintainer, you can receive these nice emails like Yaroslav exemplified, like, hey, you're my supplier. Can you provide me, the questionnaire? Or whatever. So all of these questions. Our suggestion would be to first try to consider it as an opportunity. Of course, you always have the default option not to respond or kind of respond to be an ugly person, but take it as a collaboration, right? You can, for example, ask question like, okay, what are you gonna get of it? And express how they can help you, but maintain autonomy, so you have no obligations to accept whatever, even some company to be in a steward if you're a maintainer of the just open source projects, right? And somebody reach out to you and say, you must join now us. Gentle response, right? As an example, I'm not your supplier, and this is, by this link, this is an example of exact, like, legalish text, how to respond with a linkage to the CRA points. I'm not your supplier, I have no obligations, with a citation of certain paragraphs from the law itself. So, all what we do is actually upstream. What I'm talking about, the good practices and etc., you may think, okay, this is Red Hat inventing something that doesn't make sense, that doesn't work for us. We take all reasonable steps among other peers in the community, among other companies, to make sure we don't invent something that is not working for a community. We work with the different communities. The first is Eclipse.org. I already talked about this. The second one is Linux Foundation OpenSSF Global Cyber Policy Working Group. We also discuss all these questions and try to make sure that there are tools we can collaborate on for open source projects and for manufacturers, being helpful to achieve the CRA readiness. And finally, we ourselves leading or trying to lead by example to rolling out publicly our intention and our good practices that we think could be helpful to the community. And yes, thank you. And just to give you one last picture about how it's supposed to work. This is actually the famous cheese picture invented by the Commission to represent kind of the sense of the CRA to finally fix these holes in the supply chain, right? And how it's supposed to work, to reiterate, right? So we, it's supposed to work, but it's not. You help me to advance a little bit. Okay, yes. So the manufacturers sell the PD to customers, right? And then the vulnerability found in the product, right? In the commercial product. Quite obviously, all the commercial products are dependent on the open source projects. And the intention is how we can let manufacturers, all of these commercial companies, to be responsible citizens of open source ecosystem and actually provide the fixes to open source projects. Now it's written in the CRA actually. If manufacturers find vulnerability that affects open source projects, they must report back to the community. And now you can imagine that those guys are dependent on thousands of open source projects because all worlds runs on open source projects, right? And that's why there's institution of stewards introduced in the law, right? To help kind of being a proxy between the manufacturers and open source projects. So, and all are happy at the end of the day. So that's the whole intention of the law. Takeaways. I think this picture represents the takeaways that we tried to deliver at today's talk. But to be more precise, quality and compliance is in the picture, right? The CRA is a bridge to the good security posture, right? And you know, we want to Fedora as the best Linux distribution ever to be, you know, at the good quality and the good posture eventually. Awareness, right? Security is at peak visibility right now, that I call now in post-mythos era we are entering, right? So it's super important, vital for Fedora and its users, I'm pretty much sure. Community first. As I mentioned, our approach is to be community first. We need your help to figure out how to do it better. And finally, the voice. Voice matters. Join our communities. If you think that, you know, all of these officials, they don't listen, they do. They're quite overwhelmed by responses, but they listen. So we need your help to join us, to amplify the voice, to join in the working groups that I just showed to you, and help to do it better than, you know, it's probably written on the paper. And opportunities now, right? It is now. It is not tomorrow. It is now. Okay, I think we may have some time for questions, but that's what we had.
Hi, so like a few slides ago, you said that, well, as an open source maintainer, like I'm under no obligation to accept someone as my steward. And that immediately popped a question in my mind, like, is there some possible risk in me, like accepting some random person as or random corporation as a steward?
I can try to handle it. As I mentioned, it's a little bit two-way street, right? I hope you can hear me. Is it working? Yes. Okay, good. So this is kind of two-way street. On the one hand, from the maintainer's perspective, you owe nothing to anybody, right? From the corporate perspective, this is the definition of the steward. And if corporation provides some of the sustained support, you know, they are steward. But your question more about, okay, I'm small open source projects and some of the big foundations, for instance, like Eclipse, Apache, and something reach out to me and say, you know, I want to be your steward because I think your project fits well to my overall ecosystem. You have, again, the full, you know, ability to say no. The risks to join are not the CRA risks, I would say, because again, this is limited liability even for stewards and the projects in their portfolio. The risks would be, to my perspective, in the line of the governance, how much you will need to give powers about your project to these foundations, which is more and less nothing to do with the CRA. Therefore, I would suggest to assess this nicely and then ask the questions what I get in return, right? What support I get in return. So that's how I would respond.
Yeah, so my question is, from a open source project maintainer and developer employed by Red Hat, does it change anything in the workflow whether I have to care about CRA or not? Like, what if my project is open source but I am the sole maintainer? And also, what if I am just contributor to some project that is not maintained by Red Hat, but suddenly will Red Hat become steward by default because I am contributing to that project?
No, you're good. Basically, as like, let's say, Red Hat employed open source developer, we, from compliance team, may come to you and ask you that we need to implement something in what you do to comply with the requirements, but this is purely manufacturer's point of view. So we do it because we need it for our compliance. You, as a contributor to open source, you don't have to do anything. It doesn't matter if you are employed by Red Hat or not. You are perfectly okay, unless I and my team will come to you and ask specifically this is something that we need for CRA, and then you can have two hats, like your open source hat, and say, hey, I don't care because you don't pay me for this my personal project, but if very likely you are paid, you should probably do what you need, because in the end it's your paycheck coming back from Red Hat. And European market is still pretty big and significant for every manufacturer to decide to leave it.
Thank you.
I guess my question is more practical, like as someone who does packaging Fedora and in Fedora, and who I guess is a policymaker now, what do you want from us, or what do you expect us to do as part of this process?
That's a perfect question. I think the whole workshop yesterday was like to brainstorm what's really kind of can get from the partnership and what we want, and this one. So one of the takeaway exactly this question. So first, we need open conversations, which I think we all already got by opening up some tickets, by communicating with different channels, and etc. The next million of more practical things, first and foremost, as I mentioned, for the essential requirements that are, must baseline, we need together to work on the good cybersecurity policy to make sure we first align how we handle vulnerabilities, and then how we communicate this process to the entire world in the documentation and etc. Then, of course, we're supposed to work on the process itself, kind of aligning, okay, this is how we ingest reports, this is how we react, this is how we do all these things, and this is how we put security MD file to which repos, like in all the packages or otherwise. I mean, this is all open questions that me personally, as the person who are not that familiar with the Fedora, I need to collaborate on. Then there are going to be more technical things like S-bombs, and I do appreciate that PURL discussion is already happening to include these package URLs as an improvement to Fedora projects. And then other security measures that I mentioned on some of my slides, like cell-site stations. Do we want to do this? Secure builds with the cell-site stations, or are we sure that we are enabling multi-factor authentication to the platforms, that we allow our maintainers with a big power to log in and etc. So those practical steps that we want your help to kind of talk to us at least, and then to brainstorm together on these items.
I will add one more thing. So yesterday we spent most of the time talking about these, reporting obligations. So as a packager, you may be, approached by the security team and asking, for the vulnerability, because for these, actively exploitable vulnerabilities, the reporting obligations are you need to prepare the initial report within 24 hours. So it's a pretty, short time frame. So some people may, approach you as manufacturer, please, help us, packager, please, help us to understand the impact of this, vulnerability in Fedora. So yes, this is something, we spent a lot of time yesterday on, and we would be very discuss it in more details.
We are out of time. Thank you very much, and sorry for my initial
one last
mismatch.
From the very best person, Jeff.
We can't refuse, Jeff.
I have enough status to actually make the clock not important. Hi, I'm the Fedora project leader. I will say, if you were in the talk right before lunch, Steph Walter's talk about Fedora, Hummingbird, Linux, that is an opportunity to really nail down the specifics and minimize the burden on Fedora contributors, because it takes such a CRA-focused approach to all of these questions that if we get that into a sandbox and we can iterate on all of this inside of that scope, we can absolutely minimize the burden on existing contributors, because we're doing net new work around all of these issues. And it's amazing coincidence timing that that's showing up at the same time we really have to focus on the CRA. So I'm hopeful that all of that works out in a way that we are not burdening existing contributors at all, and we can use that as a shakedown for all of this process and get to the 24-hour requirement, because Hummingbird's trying to do that. Yeah. So I'm hopeful.
Hello. Hello, we can start. The next session is presented by Iker Pedrosa, Senior Software Engineer from upstream PyTest to Fedora CI.
Okay, thank you. So, hello everybody. Well, in the context of operating systems, just like in critical safety software, we rely on rigorous testing and certification. We need absolute certainty that a change won't break a system before it hits production. Well, in Fedora, that gatekeeper is our CI pipeline. Before I joined the identity management team at Red Hat, I used to work in the automotive world. And there I was responsible for the eCall and ERA GLONASS services, which are in charge of calling the emergency services in case of a car accident. That job took me on a journey that I will never forget. I was standing in Russia in an official regulatory certification for automotive emergency services. The air was tense. The stakes were high. Millions of euros and months of work were on the line. The inspectors initiate the test sequence. We watch the diagnostics monitor. The diagnostics monitor flashes red. Test failed. We failed the certification. At this point, my stomach drops. We are thousands of kilometers away from home with broken software. Digging into the failure, I look down at the official certification specification document in my hands. Well, the entire test document configuration is right there on paper. We could have easily built and run this exact same test on our workbenches back home. But nobody had taken the time to do it before we boarded the plane. No matter how good your code looks on your machine, if you can't effortlessly simulate the exact certification environment locally, you are just gambling. Discovering a failure at the final gate is the most expensive way to write software. Fedora CI is our ecosystem's regulatory validation facility. As packagers, we shouldn't have to push a change to the cloud, cross our fingers, praying it passes the gate. We need absolute certainty and perfect symmetry between the remote gate and the developer's desktop. And that brings us back to shadow utils. To ensure our developers never have to experience that dropped stomach feeling that I felt, we completely overhauled how we test core packages. Let's look at how we left the dark ages of fragile old bash test behind and how we brought the true power of Fedora CI right into the developer's desktop. So, as I was mentioning before, we will start with the dark ages of the old bash test. Then we'll move to the upstream refounding, where we used PyTest-MH, specific PyTest plugin, and Shadow Test framework to run all the tests upstream. And well, next we'll check how we use TMT and Testing Farm to do the bridge with Fedora CI. We'll finish with the wrap-up. Okay, to understand where we are going, we first have to look at what we were running away from. Let's step back into the dark ages of shadow utils testing, where trying to verify basic system tools felt like playing Russian roulette with your operating system. First thing to know, the developer had to remember to call the teardown phase to restore the system. This wasn't done automatically after each test. If a test failed or crashed unexpectedly, it left critical corrupted files behind. All of this felt like the fuse in a bomb. And it created a massive gap between what the project expected and what a new contributor knew. So it scared them away. The true irony of all this situation comes here. We are working with shadow utils. It takes part of the core identity of almost every Linux distribution. And the upstream validation happens only in one specific single OS, Ubuntu. The test suite was rigidly tied to this distribution, as it compared complete system files and the baseline came from Ubuntu. If you were a Fedora packager trying to ensure compatibility or test a downstream patch, you couldn't do it natively on your own system. You had to rely on Ubuntu and all of this working together. So here comes the requirements for a new modern system test framework. The system should be able to run anywhere with a single command. It should also handle cleanup automatically after each test case. It should collect logs and artifacts automatically so that any failure that happens in a remote system can be properly diagnosed. And it should run in a wide variety of distributions, hence making it universal. And that's where the upstream refounding comes, PyTest, MH, and Shadow Test Framework. So in reality, this is not just a new language, but a modular architecture. We have three different things here. First of all, we have the tests themselves that test the Shadow framework. Then we have the second layer, which is the Shadow Test Framework, that takes care of the specific domain knowledge of how the utilities from this package behave. And third, we have the PyTest MH as the engine that manages connections and environments. All of them together, they completely replace the old shell script chaos. Do you remember the fear of breaking a machine due to failed cleanups? Well, before a single test executes, the framework takes an instantaneous snapshot of the system's identity breakthrough. In this case, we are speaking about etc password, etc shadow, etc group, etc., etc., etc. The best part of this is that it doesn't matter if your test fails, passes, or it throws a catastrophic Python exception. You always get the same pristine and health environment after the test finishes the execution. We could say that the system completely heals itself after the execution. And this happens for all the tests that are being executed. In the dark ages, verifying if a user was added meant executing user add and comparing complete file systems. We wrote native Python wrappers for core binaries like user add, user mod, group an, and so on. And nowadays, writing a test is highly readable. It looks like a standard clean Python code. This drastically lowers the barrier to entry. So we have new contributors coming and giving their part by writing new tests or transforming the old test to the new test framework. In fact, you no longer need to be a core Shadow maintainer with decades of experience to write a perfectly secure system test. Okay, what happens if a utility behaves destructively during a test run? Well, this is the core magic of PyTest MH. It decouples the test controller from the target system under test. So in reality, you have here two test systems. The tests run inside isolated, remote, disposable environments. We set up ephemeral containers or short-lived virtual machines on demand. All the destructive changes occur inside that throwaway environment. We guarantee absolute protection to your local host workstation. You can trust extreme boundary conditions with zero risk to your machine. Because the framework neatly abstracts the system interactions and targets isolated environments rather than the host system, we unlock true distribution agnosticism. The exact same test suite executes seamlessly across Fedora, Alpine, Debian, and OpenSUSE. This is currently happening in our upstream PRCIs. And why does this matter to a room full of Fedora packages? Well, because if a package change introduces an edge case regression that only shows up on Alpine muscle libc, our upstream framework catches it before it ever impacts the distribution ecosystem. And I mentioned Alpine muscle, but I could have said Fedora's glibc. It doesn't matter what you are using there because it will be cached by the upstream PRCI. And here comes the part where I guess most of you are interested in. It's about TMT as testing farm and how we bridge all of this with Fedora CI. As downstream maintainers and packagers, the last thing we want to do is to maintain two separate test worlds, one for upstream development and an entirely different one for the downstream development, for Fedora, for CentOS Stream, for RHEL, for whatever distribution you are working on. This is a recipe for divergence and untracked bugs. By bridging the gap with TMT, we completely bypass duplicate work. We effortlessly pull the same exact upstream PyTest framework we just looked at and execute it inside Fedora's gating infrastructure. Upstream features and downstream packages updates are validated by the same exact source of truth. And here comes TMT. Instead of writing fragile Jenkins files, complex Bash, Glue, or bespoke CI pipeline scripts, TMT uses simple declarative metadata. You look at the configuration and instantly understand what it does. In this case, we are simply declaring a summary of what we are testing here, the environment to provision, some preparation steps like, hey, here you have the URL with the shadow test repository. And finally, we have the execution phase, where we run the actual test. TMT handles all the underlying pipeline orchestration for you. You don't need to care about it. As we established, testing user add or changing the passwords requires root permissions and mutates foundational configuration files. You cannot safely run these tests on a standard share CI build runner without potentially breaking the host or poisoning the next building line. Well, Testing Farm solves this infrastructure harder for you. It couples with TMT to dynamically set up completely isolated, dedicated, disposable virtual machines in the cloud for every single pull request. The destructive test runs in a sandbox, verify the package, and the entire virtual machine is completely deleted afterwards. And this slide represents the core resolution to my automotive certification story. Do you remember the frustration of discovering a failure late in the development process at a remote facility, thousands of kilometers away from home, because nobody took care to test against those parameters locally? Okay, with TMT, we completely eliminate that barrier. Because TMT beautifully abstracts the execution layer, you can run the exact same command on your local system inside a local VM or container that Testing Farm executes on the bare metal cloud infrastructure. It's just the same. If a package build fails, its gating checks in Fedora CI, you don't have to guess or push blind commits to debug it. You can replicate this locally on your local machine in minutes, fix it, and push with absolute certainty. Okay, when a destructive system test fails out in the cloud, you can just SSH into it or connect into it in some way because, well, as I mentioned before, you have a disposable virtual machine or container, and it's been deleted. But TMT and Testing Farm ensure you never fly blind by automatically collecting a comprehensive diagnostic suite. We have three pillars here. First of all, you have the infrastructure logs from TMT and Testing Farm to verify that the environment was set up correctly. Next, and most important to us, it captures the raw system logs. In this case, we are speaking about var log messages and var log secure. This is where Shadow prints its debugging information and where you can see where the error happened. And finally, you get the framework logs containing the full ptest execution, std out, and stack trace bugs, so that you can check them and see what exactly failed on the test that you were running. Debugging a remote failure becomes as simple as reading a well-organized local directory. So wrapping up, we've gone from the fragile shell scripts to our robust self-healing upstream framework, and finally to our declarative TNT configuration that gates Fedora builds automatically. When you look at the entire journey, the takeaway for everyone sitting in this room is clear. To tie everything together, we successfully moved away from the dark ages of fragile execution and manual cleanup anxiety. By building on top of PyTest-MH, we established a safe, self-healing upstream framework that treats multiple Linux distributions as first-class citizens. And by bridging it with TMT, we brought perfect local to remote symmetry straight into Fedora CI. The ultimate lesson is clear. if we can safely and cleanly automate the system testing for shadow utils, the literal founding of system users and permissions, then you can confidently leverage these exact same tools to get your own package. But we aren't done yet. So the engine is built, but we need to fill the tank here. Right now, our new framework has 100 robust tests. But the old legacy suite we are replacing has 1,000. So if you want to practice modern Python testing, or get familiar with TMT, or just help secure a critical core package where the framework handles all the scary parts for you, come join the Shadow team. We are waiting for you. So I'm here leaving the QR code to the URL where the Shadow repository lies. And you also have my contact information in case you want to contact me for anything. Thank you for attending, and in case you have any doubt, this is the right moment to do it.
Thanks for the great presentation. I'm wondering, like, you have to migrate a lot of tests. Some of them are mine, actually, like the old batch test from my start in Red Hat. That's funny. I was wondering, are you planning to use maybe some AI help to basically move all those tests around? Maybe that could help a little bit, because 1,000 tests is a lot, right?
Yes, I was wondering to do it, but then somebody came and opened an upstream ticket stating that we don't want any AI help.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so we were discussing this topic, and we arrived to some kind of agreement that we will not use it to generate code, but we can use it for other purposes.
Yeah, like I think like covering tests when you already have 100 tests,
yeah,
which provides a good context, right? So I would definitely try it because it's a lot of work ahead of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
No more questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It's a good idea.
It's funny that some of those tests are mine, but really? Testing forms also are. So.
Yeah. It's a good idea to use it. Some people are.
Yeah, like there are other things which are better dealing with this, I think. But it's nice to think. I remember when I was writing those shadow tests, but it was they are 30 years before. I started as a basically security team as the key. If you have some issues with testing forms, just let us know. I'm the testing form lead.
Okay, I had one, but I already fixed it.
Welcome to the PT presentation, this cryptic name. And actually, there you might be confused that there was only my name in the invite, but actually there will be a bunch of people you will show, and that's exactly for the reason that there are real humans under these projects and all the initiatives, and I would like to let you know these people that did the hard work. So what's ahead of us, what actually is the PT thing, and mainly what we are working on and what you can expect for the future. So for the start, PT stands for Packaging and Testing Experience. It sounds awesome, but it's basically a group of projects and teams in Red Hat, and with describing what we are, I'll start with how I see that the code flows from upstream through Fedora, CentOS stream towards Laravel. There are various pieces together. And this is actually how our projects relate to this. Yes, it's a little bit of mess, but I would like to show it because, yeah, we are all over the place. That's the point. And our aim is basically to unify stuff around all this space. So provide same behavior and same experience when you test, when you build, ideally reuse tests, etc. So that's one part of it. And the second thing is we are trying to provide workflows. That's the experience part. So we are trying to glue things together. So it's some unified workflows, maybe integrating various services together. Just a quick thing. You might be wondering, there will be also mentions about Log Detective, and I just want to mention that Log Detective didn't disappear. Actually, it just got closer to the Packit team, so that's just what to mention. So there is like a Packit team covering multiple projects. There is Packit project itself, as you know it. Then there is also Log Detective project and Emir project, but the same group of people working on all of this. And now finally to the important stuff, and I'll pass my word to Pavel.
Hello, ahoy. I'm Pavel Rajskup from the Copper team. Anyone knows what the Copper is, or should I give you some intro? Everyone knows. Okay, cool. So what has been happening in Copper for past few months, or maybe it's already a year, is that we were adding a support for hosting the stuff that we built in Pulp. Pulp is kind of a generic, great, beefy machine that is able to host various stuff, including RPMs, and that's actually what we provide. So right now, we have everything implemented, or most of the stuff, and we are moving, and actually, I'm not sure if you know, but you've been moved to Pulp in the meantime, and we actually try to hide this fact from you by not interrupting your work, but sometimes may happen something, so sorry for that. It's almost done at this moment. And I mean, I wanted to thank to the Pulp team that is, I mean, there is a great synergy between the teams, and they are always very helpful to help us. And actually, I mean, the preparations were very, very long. We were anticipating that these extremely large repositories like the Ruby gems that have hundreds of thousands of RPMs could cause some troubles to Pulp, and the Pulp team was great, and they prepared in advance, and actually they scale very well now. Our team has the privilege to maintain mock. That's the tool that's behind Copper and Koji, and also Conflux these days. Mock has two new plugins these days. One is for analyzing unused build requirements. It's called Unbreak. Please take a look if you care about minimizing stuff. The other one is for system monitoring stuff. I don't recall the name of the plugin, but it actually allows us to track the amount of CPU and storage and stuff like that while you are building, and maybe analyze overall situation and give you more this or that. And yeah, and we actually, I mean, thanks to RPM, the idea behind how do we protect against attacks like the XZ1, when the artifacts or the provided artifacts in the build system are actually modified by the test suite scripts. There was the idea, like, how do we exclude the test suite from the ability to modify the build artifacts? And since RPM 6.1, I'm not sure if it's out right now, it used to be beta like 2 weeks ago, we have the ability to short circuit check, meaning that you can run the build without running the check phase, and maybe, preferably yes, run the check section later on after the artifacts are safely copied out of the build system. So this is the thing that we are working on right now. And yeah, let's hand over it to Laura.
Okay, so hello, my name is Laura and I'm from the Packet team. I believe most of you probably do know Packet, seeing the familiar faces, but just very shortly, Packet is for a few years providing CI/CD automation for Fedora, so like upstream CI and then release syncing in Fedora, bringing the upstream releases, Koji builds, body updates. But one big new thing in Packet for the past year was that Packet is currently also the default Fedora dist-git CI, so we are very happy that we can cover this part of the Fedora as well. The switch happened in February, and actually it's probably good if you haven't seen too much of troubles with that. Previously there was a Zool-based CI and there was also the Jenkins-based CI, but now everything on the PRs in dist-git is covered by Packet. And probably what you might have noticed is that the checks on the dist-git pull requests look a little bit different, so as you can see in the screenshots. But we've also added some functionalities. Hopefully the user experience is a bit better. And we've added some more test plans. By default, we are running the RPM lane, the RPM inspect, and we have definitely more plans how to extend this. And as you have probably listened to in the other talks, like there is happening the work on the 4.0 and the migration of the dist-git repositories, so obviously Packet needs to accommodate to that as well. So currently the work on our side is to accommodate our tooling for this switch as well. So once the dist-git repositories are moved to 4.0, everything will work as it has been working in Pazure. Regarding the release syncing to Fedora, we have one new nice feature, and that's that Packet supports multiple release streams. So previously, as we are reacting to upstream release monitoring, we've been always reacting only to the highest release stream, but nowadays you can configure and consume multiple release streams. So for example, for Rawhide, you want to get the updates for the major version 3 and higher, and for the stable Fedoras you need to actually stay on the 2. Major release. And in the space of the Fedora CI, we are planning, or it's already in progress, to provide one repository with shared tests, so it will be all transparent to you, easy to contribute. We can discuss on the pull requests the changes, and the plan is also to make the test infra independent. And the last thing from us that was one of our heavy focuses from the Packet team was actually something that's currently not covering Fedora, but RHEL and CentOS Stream. So we are providing AI-assisted tooling to automate the package maintenance. And here we are covering rebasing, rebuilding, and backporting. And as an external person, you can see this in the center stream MRs. You can see some contribution made by EmirBot. We've been hearing a lot of talk also about the CV, so with Emir we are trying to help with the situation. And even though currently we are not covering Fedora, in the URL you see, you can at least see the code, you can maybe get inspired, and for future maybe we can figure out also something for Fedora. And now I will hand it over to Jirka.
Hi everyone, I'm Jirka. I work on the Log Detective. Yes, Log Detective is now part of Packet team at least, and it's actually hooked up to Packet right now. What you see over there is the output of Log Detective on one of the failed builds we had, like relatively recently. Previously, we have already been serving and analyzing failed builds in Copper for some time now. There was this little Ask AI button down there next to each and every one. There was also the Teach AI button, but that didn't get much use, unfortunately. That being said, one of the reasons we could finally do this for Packet is that we moved from the original architecture, which was almost 90% deterministic, well, more than 90%, to a semi-agentic architecture, where the agent basically decides which artifacts to look at, gets some additional information about what was actually happening, what was the expected result, which allows us to basically get much better responses. And amusingly enough, despite the fact that it's kind of an agent now, we're actually saving on tokens, like substantially. So it's a win-win on all accounts. And the original interface on the www.logdetective.com is still on, so you can try it yourself. We have recently actually introduced an integration with OBS, so there's also that you can analyze your OBS builds, not just your Copper, Koji, and such builds. And now I will hand it off.
Hello, I'm Petr Šplichal, and I'm coming to bring a couple of news from the TMT area. So TMT, which stands for Test Management Tool, during the last year, we are glad to announce a couple of tangible steps towards simplifying and unifying things. So one of them is TMT policies. They were introduced about a year ago. At that time, they were just available for tests. Now, quite recently, there was added support for plans as well. On the right side, you can see an example. It shows it's basically a way how to dynamically modify test metadata and plan metadata. And it's designed in the way to make it enough flexible, but that complex stuff will not be something that user will be facing. Basically, the idea behind the policy is that for example, when testing things on RHEL, there is a defined way how the guests should be prepared, a defined way how the test checks should be enabled, and do this in a consistent way. And then the policy would be just like the single thing which user or, for example, testing farm or the CI would provide as an information, and testing farm would apply these settings. So, for example, on the right side, we can see that the AVC check to be like a mandatory check for all tests to be enabled when RHEL CI is testing. So this is what is being done on the right side. And for example, the new feature for the guest profiles or environment setup profiles would be another thing that a specific prepare step would be inserted into the plan, which would enable the guest profile, and the guest would be set up in that way. So these are the policies. Second thing, TMT recipes, quite fresh thing. When the TMT run is completed, there is a recipe YAML file which contains reproducible information about the run, and it can be used to rerun the same thing once again without any changes, or with some changes, like the example below shows that it's possible to take the run, take the recipe, filter, for example, just the failed test, and rerun again only the failed tests, so like speed up the execution if there was some infrastructure problem or something similar. So those were the recipes, and TMT artifact install, another step towards unifying the way how things are done locally on your laptop and in the CI and testing farm. So the new TMT artifact install plugin will allow like providing the same way how For example, a fresh Koji build would be installed on the guest. So 2 examples how to do this locally using TMT run or using testing farm request. You provide a Koji build, and the very same way of installing the artifacts would be used on the laptop and in the CI as well. And the one significant change which applies here for the users is that we want to provide a simple way how to install packages which are conflicting when there is a single build and there are conflicting packages. So like now, everything which is needed for the test should be like explicitly included in the requires. So that's about the artifact install. And a couple more things, but I saw the sign that 5 minutes, so maybe just a few seconds. The new cleanup step, which is a dedicated step, which allows the finishing tasks to run separately. Some improvements in the image mode area, and also now it's possible to expose devices from the test runner to the guest. Improvements in the hardware specification and source script, which can be useful when running things when you need to do some common setup before test. And finally, per test adjustments in the discover step or adjusting plans when importing them from remote repositories can also like give some more flexibility. So that would be news about TMT. Quite a few things from these are new, and we would like to invite you for like experiment them, try them, and provide us feedback. And of course, everything is open. So for contributions, that would be nice. And that would be it from TMT.
Hello, I'm Evgeny. I brought some news from Testing Farm, but I need to speedrun it, I guess. So first one, AWS bare metals instances in Testing Farm. We offer it now, and user can request them by setting hardware requirements, like in these examples. And we increased instances variety in AWS, so the provision should be more robust. Testing Farm includes AI analysis for all failed and error test requests. It is available within several minutes after test request finishes, but note that it is in prototype stage and we are still actively fine-tuning outputs. Big change to token management. Now all API tokens have an expiration date, limiting their life to a maximum of 1 year, but we provide a grace period option that allows user to choose how long the previous API token remain valid after a generation to allow a smooth transition without any interruptions. There are several results viewer improvements. Now we show TMT warnings per plan, and we improved error reporting per plans. And yeah, Testing Farm supports image mode, aka bootc testing, and yeah, you can run tests there, you can install any artifact there, and we provide image mode composes for all Fedoras and CentOS Stream we support. And yeah, architectures are Arch or Intel platforms. CLI improvements, the skip guest setup option allows you to skip all default guest setup tasks, the most time-consuming one, which can increase speed up system provisioning. And we added a composes command, which lists all available composes in Testing Farm, and we added a list command, which shows all your test requests and reservations. And the multi-host pipeline now supports artifact installation via TMT prepare how, like Peter showed. And previously it was available only for single host pipelines, but now this limitation has been lifted. And you can install Copper builds, Koji builds, Brew builds, and other artifacts of your choice into multi-host pipelines. And the next steps in the next vlog, I hope we'll bring single host and multi-host pipeline unification. And by default, there will be no TMT or TF profiles used, but we will provide specific policies for Fedora CI, CentOS Stream CI, Packet, etc. And of course, we will improve AI-provided test results analysis. Back to you, Fred.
Yeah, as you can see, there is a lot of going on. Yeah, and just 2 things from DEF CONF if you happen to be there. And that's basically it. And we can move to the Q&A. But just before that, I would like to thank all these roughly 20 people working on all of this. So huge thanks for all the work.
Questions?
If there are no questions, I have a few things that I forgot about. Or I mean, I wanted to save some time before, you know. Of course, AI stuff in Copper, we became addicted on Gemini reviews because, I mean, in our team, we very appreciate any reviewer. Reviewer is the top most important person, and everyone should learn from us this. Because, I mean, producing the code is not that difficult today. It's really complicated to get it reviewed. And we don't know what to replace the Gemini reviews with right now. So if you have suggestions, please let us know. Because Gemini is being stopped by Google, I think. AI, again, Jirka Kijovsky is working on a tool, RPM ETA, which is going to, like, estimate how long the RPM build is going to take and perhaps assign to the build a beefier machine to speed up things. Architectures. We are going to have a problem with Z architecture. If you can help us with that in the future, please let us know. As you may know, it is back again in Copper natively, but within, I think it's a year till IBM Cloud is going to shut the S390 down. We need to find a replacement. Similarly, it would be nice if you knew about Power 10 architecture, because Fedora ELN is only, I mean, it requires Power 10 architecture. We currently have hypervisors that are Power 9. And little advertisement, I am working on a, on a project that is called No RPM. I care about security, and the tool is able to parse, or I mean, expand values of RPM macros safely without, let's say, dangerous side effects like running bash scripts and stuff like that. And I was integrating this into RPM build pipeline in Conflux and also in Copper. So
as you can see, we can speak like whole day. We should next time have
Thank
a
you.
separate. Since you can find the people around that probably will solve the issue.
Working. All right. Works? Hello, guys. Can you guys hear me? Okay. My name is Gersevic, and I work for Team Bootsy at Red Hat, software engineer for the Team Bootsy. And today I'm going to talk about Bootsy, image mode, and run a quick demo, talk a bit about BCVK. I'm going to talk about what new things we have done in the Bootsy environment. And yeah, let's kind of dive right into it. So I'll start with what we did in package mode. What we did in there was we installed packages, we tweaked configs, we applied quick fixes, and over time the system would drift. And at some point, like changes were not bad, but what we would do is we would just lose track of those changes. And at one point, two machines that should be identical were not identical anymore. And we would end up with inconsistent environment. Debugging / reproducing bugs would get really hard. And there would also be this increased security risk with vulnerabilities, because there were changes you probably don't know were there. And let's kind of see what happened. This is kind of like similar problem that was in applications. And containerization literally changed the way we handle that problem. So it literally changed the way we built, shipped the applications, gave us this common portable format that gave us this clear version artifacts for every application that we had. And this obviously came with a lot of big ecosystem of tooling, automation along with it. And so it was more about like, what if we apply the same system to the operating system image in general? And this is where OCI-based image mode comes. Now, instead of installing, modifying, and drifting away from your initial state, you would build, deploy, and replace the whole image if you need a change. So your image would be this version artifact, and let's say if you need a new package, you would create a new container file, put in these new files in there, a new configuration, new fixes, whatever you want, new packages, and you would end up with a new image after that. And so yeah, instead of fixing systems, we would just change the whole narrative and just start replacing the systems. And that's just a fundamental shift on how we think of system lifecycle. So yeah, this is pretty much it. So instead of application container, we ended up with a bootable container. So only changes like we just have a kernel, bootloader, initramfs, whatever you need to make it bootable in there. So same container format and bootable end product. So we kind of talked about how and what was the process to get there, but like why do we really need the bootable containers themselves? I'll start with the AI ML stacks. Haven't really personally used it, but AI is cool. And so AI and machine learning workloads have really deep dependencies, and if you kind of mess one thing up, it could really mess up the whole system. With Bootsy, you can version the entire system, kernel, NVIDIA driver, CUDA toolkits, ML framework, as a single image. And you can test it once and deploy it anywhere with same bits from kernel to frameworks. And the iterations are really fast and reliable. Fast as in like if you want a new change, you can just put it into your container file, get a new image. And security-wise, this operating system is immutable because it is based on Bootsy, which is further using OS3 under the hood. So yeah, the immutability is pretty similar to like CoreOS, and it helps with the experimentation. If you want some new change, just put it in a container file, get a new one, yeah. And if you don't like it, if it just messed up the whole system, it's pretty easy. You can just roll back the whole image. And that just allows experimentation really easy, which is one of the core components of Fedora in general. And yeah, third one being deploy anywhere. Could be edge devices, could be cloud. So yeah, single container images, entire fleets actually. You can manage the OS and app as one client using familiar registries and pipelines you use for applications. And obviously familiar container workflows, which is something we already kind of like talked about. If you have seen a container file, and if you can write one, you're pretty much like 90% there, and you can just like customize it and you'll end up with a bootable product. So this is a basic workflow of complete bootc lifecycle. So yeah, you start with a container file, get a bootc OCI image there, and from there you can convert it to QCOW, so whatever you need, using like bootc image builder, or if you have an existing bootc deployed system, you can push it to the registry and use bootc upgrade or bootc switch, and from there, like you can just manage your whole life cycle pretty easily. So let's have a look at the tooling involved. I know I kind of like talked about bootc, this and that, which comes from bootable container, but it's also a CLI tool. So yeah, this is the heart of bootable containers. This is how we brought image mode to many distros, Fedora being one of them. Think of it as a bridge between container images and your running system. So what exactly is this tool? It's just a CLI tool. And think of it as a client-side tool for your operating system. So instead of DNF update, pulling in individual packages, you would just do bootc pull, which would pull in a complete new image from your container registries. Could be Quay, Docker Hub, GHCR, whatever you used to. And yeah, so that's kind of like the gist of it. And so the core commands of bootc, I'll just run through this pretty quick, is bootc switch. So this is something you would use if you want to switch to a totally different image. Bootc upgrade if you want to upgrade your current image, and if your Quay.io has this latest image with your latest tag, all you gotta do is like bootc upgrade. It's pretty similar to like when we do git pull. And bootc status, similar to like git status, it gives you the status of your image. And bootc rollback just reverts. So like if you upgrade it from V1 to V2, all you got to do is bootc rollback because you didn't like V2, and you'll go back to your previous image. Easy peasy. And before I kind of like demo this, let me talk about this really cool tool that our team worked on last year, I guess. It's called BCVK, bootc Virtualization Kit. So this is a production-ready tool for converting bootc images into local VMs for testing and on Linux, testing before production. What it does is it's a very convenient wrapper for around libvirt and QEMU designed specifically for your bootc workflows. It does all the work that's kind of like underneath there, converting a container image into the disk, creating libvirt XML configs, setting up networking, SSH, managing VM lifecycle. It solves a very simple problem that you just built this bootc image with your container file. How do you test it as an actual operating system before you push it to your production? So yeah, this just really makes this whole workflow of testing bootc images easy. So the good thing about this is like this all happens on your laptop. You don't need any cloud resources, no infrastructure setup needed at all for this one. So there's 3 modes for BCVK. Ephemeral is for quick testing. It's Podman based. No disk creation needed at all. Libvirt is when you need some persistent VM and you want to like start, stop, reboot, and test those changes, kind of like really knowing all those workflows in there. And 2disk is when you really want to generate the actual disk image, the QCOW2 files. You can deploy anywhere. So from Podman build, use your container file, to running VMs in seconds, BCVK just makes it really easy. Okay, so let's run into a quick demo. Okay. Oh my God. Where's my terminal?
You had on the other workspace. Can you go back left?
Like here? Oh my God. Come back. There you go. No. Yeah, okay, there we go. Okay, so I have 2 container files. Wish I could see the screen better. Okay, yeah, so one container file is this, pretty basic. We're using a Fedora bootc 44 base image, and we are installing a bunch of packages, Vim, tmux, and we're gonna display a welcome message showing that this is version 1, and here we go. Oh shoot, you mean this, right? Okay, there we go. So yeah, this is second container file. We're adding 2 more packages on top of it, htop and git, and obviously changing that welcome message there, and yeah. Okay, and what I've done before this before this talk is I did a podman build using both the container files just to save our time. So, oops. Demo. Oh my God. There we go. So I have 2 images there, v1, v2, and I also pushed the v2 to query.io so I can pull it in when I run a VM. So pretty easy workflow so far. And for the actual workflow of running the VM, I just recorded it because it just takes more than a few minutes, pulling in everything. Okay, it should look better than that actually, but the actual command is just libvirt run -- name. You just put any name, demo v1. I'm using disk space, file system xfs, and using the image that's available locally. And this quickly creates a VM for me. Like that's it, it's one command, that's it. And then you can manage whatever images you have using bcvk libvirt list. There we go, we have it ready to go. And bcvk libvirt ssh, you're ready, you go in, you see the welcome message. It shows that this is the version 1, and it's booted from the Fedora bootc demo v1, which is a real bootc deployment. So pretty easy, and you're like up in there like in a few minutes actually. So yeah, Vim is in there. Git's not in there because it obviously wasn't included in v1. It would be in v2. So yeah, for the sake of the demo, I also pulled in the query.io image into my VM, and we'll use that to switch into that image after this. So yeah, bootc switch. So this is, yeah, I pulled in, so this should be like relatively pretty fast. So what it's doing is creating this file system tree, setting a bootloader entry. It's running system completely untouched, which is how we describe the upgrades, which is A to B model. When you're upgrading to the B image, you don't touch A at all. So there's no like anything like in the middle there. It's either A or B. So there we go. So we did bootc status now. So the booted image is still v1. The staged image is v2 now. Now this is not applied yet. As I said, upgrades are like transactional. So it's either A or B. So all we gotta do is reboot, because now the v2 is staged, and you just wait for like 30 seconds or whatever, go back in it, and it should be booted to v2. There we go. Now you have htop, git, everything in there. And so this is, yeah, it shows that Git's in there. And so now I want to show you how rollbacks work. Now, for some reason, you're like, oh, I don't really like Git. I don't like this version at all. I want to go back to v1. So all you got to do is bootc rollback, and it'll just go back to your initial version. Like, no fuss. So this just makes the whole experimentation really easy. You can just mess around with packages, mess around with configs, whatever you want, and it just lets you go back to your initial state in a minute. Yeah, you go back in, and you'll be back on. Yeah, Git's not there anymore because you don't like it. And there we go. Yeah, that's a very basic demo. I hope it kind of gives you an idea of what bootc is, what bcvk is, and how bcvk really makes the testing easier for the bootc images. Okay, back to the slides. Oh my God. Better. Okay. Okay, so what we say, yeah, quick recap. We, instead of adding packages into the V1, all we did is that we rebuilt a new image with new packages. To update, we didn't really do any DNF update. We just switched to a totally new image. To roll back, we didn't do any backup or whatever. We didn't need to worry about it. All you got to do is boot your rollback and just takes care of it. A bit about file system layout. This is pretty similar to CoreOS actually, because we are still using OS3 underneath. So everything is writable during your build time. User, etc, or everything is writable in the build time. You can just put whatever in there, new packages, whatever you want. But there, I know we're going to talk about immutability and how this image is immutable, but the thing is we have two exceptions, etc and var. Var is read-write for persistent data, which is logs, databases, application state, and so yeah, updates don't touch var. And etc is also read-write, but it's a three-way merge on an upgrade, just like in CoreOS. Your host name, static IP, configs, local customizations, everything, those are preserved when you update, but you can also pick up new defaults from the image. So they all kind of like merge in together. And this kind of like is good enough for 80% of the cases. But for 20%, if you want like high security, you like Bootsy does offer a powerful configuration options, you can make etc transient. And if you want, what it does is it just wipes on the reboot and it always reverts to the image defaults. And it's kind of nice for high security environments where you want zero configuration drift. So what's new in the last year or so? Bootsy became a sandbox project for CNCF, which is kind of cool, I guess. And there is another thing was system reinstall Bootsy. This makes the conversion from package mode to image mode really easy. This commands take care of everything for you without reinstalling the whole system, which is big practical win. Third one is integration with the systemd soft reboots. You can apply updates without a full hardware reboot. So earlier, if you wanted this to be implemented, this change would take about 30 to 60 seconds, depending on your system. This would just take care of in like 5 to 15 seconds, depending on your system. This makes the whole development and testing really fast. The OS switches to the new image by restarting systemd and not rebooting the whole machine. Obviously, if you want new kernel, whatever, you got to do the whole reboot, and this wouldn't work. But it still helps in testing. Then you also have Bootsy upgrade --download only. Earlier, Bootsy upgrade would just download the whole thing and stage it for you. But now you can just download it, and it kind of gives you explicit access to when you want to deploy and when you want to stage it. So that was another thing. And then there's Bootsy install factory reset. This is a CLI option to reset an image mode system to its original state while wiping local customization in etc and var. So it basically lets you perform non-destructive factory reset on a live machine. So yeah, these were like some of the things that happened in the past little bit. And so what's new? ComposeFS, integrity sealed image. Sealed images, they use ComposeFS with FS Verity and UKI. And it creates a verified boot chain from firmware to runtime and file system. So FS Verity continuously checks that there's no changes in your system. It double checks that they're accessed at runtime. Sorry, it just keeps checking at runtime and refuses to run if anything's been tampered with. And right now we have a sealed bootable container available to test for Fedora Atomic desktop. And but yeah, if you want more information, Colin's giving a talk at the DevConf on Thursday, 1:15 p.m. And obviously wider cross distribution. We have a bunch of distros now using Bootsy, Fedora Bootsy, RHEL Bootsy, CentOS Bootsy. So we got a bunch of options now, so it's expanding, and it will keep expanding, I guess. And third one is the Bootsy operator. This is a pretty new tool, I guess, which came in last few weeks. It's been worked by Jonathan, LeBon, and Alice, I guess. So it lets you manage OS updates for your Bootsy-based cluster nodes. just like any Kubernetes resource. So instead of SSHing into each and every node to update the OS, all you gotta do is you gotta declare what container image you want in a YAML file, and the operator handles out rolling it across your whole fleet. So it's pretty handy if if you're managing a big fleet on Kubernetes. And yeah, this is pretty much in the next and experimental. And yeah, these are the links for BCVK, Bootsy, and examples. Feel free to chime in. There's a lot of exciting stuff working around these projects. Feel free to experiment with the tools. And yeah, thank you. And any questions?
I'm just wondering, like we are using Boots Image Builder to build the QCows. Will I get the same results with BCVK to disk? Or?
I think, yeah, it would be same. If you're using 2 disk, yeah, you get a QCow. Yeah, there's no difference, right? Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm a member of the ServerSig, and a number of us are interested in Bootsy images, and we were wondering, do we come to you? Do you come to us? How do we work together?
How do we work together? I feel like if you want to do that, you can just experiment on your own to start with. Like, I feel like our repository has all the examples on how to like get started with. But obviously, if you want any help, feel free to chat us on these channels, and we'll be happy to help with that one. So, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm interested in using this technology for like a hardened, standardized developer workstation at my company. Do you have any experience, or do you know another company, because I don't think I will reinvent the wheel here, who is already using this on a scale? Or?
You mean, are there any company that's already using Bootsy technology?
Bootsy technology for an immutable workstation for
Right.
developers and normal people?
I wouldn't know the answer unless you know any, Colin.
It's kind of like the silver blue is like we're aiming to converge that with containerization updates. We can already consume that as a container.
Yeah, we have the atomic desktops that were referenced earlier, right? And it's kind of the same infrastructure, and we're working to converge like the atomic desktops deriving from the space image, but you can derive from the atomic desktop container. And yeah, so it's absolutely a first-class supported thing. I mean, yeah, in my number of our engineers' desktops at home, like my Linux workstation at home, is a custom Bootsy-based desktop, and it's absolutely designed for that. There is an important customer, Red Hat, who they do it at servers. They don't do Linux desktops, but they do. Some of them do, for the same reason, consume it as a desktop workstation. Not always their primary. Like I think one of them has a Mac too, but like it's a good way to like live the experience and see what comes next. So yeah, I mean, absolutely supported. And at scale, it is just basically rolling out container updates, right? So.
Do you have concrete examples where I can find my company and say, look, they are doing it, it's a working model, please don't upgrade us to Windows?
Yeah, absolutely.
The problem is it's hard, or we're not always allowed to share that publicly, but one company who was very vocal and public about this already last year was, for instance, Visa. I would say Visa is a pretty big shop with a lot of servers out there, and they love it. I've seen image mode or Bootsy being deployed on satellites. I've seen it being deployed in nuclear submarines, banks, and sometimes also just smaller deployments in some regions in the southeast of France, where there's one, a very competent sysadmin who says like, "Whoa, holy moly! Now I can automate everything with one pipeline, and the updates are atomic, and I don't have to manage the drift that was mentioned at the beginning. So it really depends on the use case. If you're one sysadmin, suddenly you can manage thousands of machines without a problem, and the immutability is certainly awesome at the edge. So satellites or submarines are certainly very edgy.
Administrative workstations. So we are trying to minimize the attack vectors on the workstations which we administrate servers and systems. And what they are doing is they clamp down Windows 11 and call it a privileged access workstation. And I'm saying, hey, we can do that better with an hardened, compliant, immutable workstation based on, for example, Fedora Atomic. But I need live examples. Like for example, I talked to Siemens. They are using things like that. But I need a list of examples to go to my bosses and say, people, look, others are doing it and they like it. So if anybody has any tips for me, I would be grateful. Thank you.
But yeah, just a quick one. Also, like Fedora boot. I know I kept saying Fedora bootc throughout the talk, but it's called Fedora Atomic now. But a lot of our repositories are saying Fedora bootc, so I had to do it for the sake of the talk. But it'll be called Fedora Atomic going forward. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.